He is on Zoom, Your Honor.
Mr. Harvey is not here. Health expert present, permission for Zoom here. And you are Dr. Harvey.
I am.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Over your hand. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Charles Minor Harvey, MD.
Doctor, let's just talk a little bit about your health condition while you're on Zoom, okay?
Yes, sir.
So, back a couple of weeks ago, I think we had a hearing, or a week ago, we had a hearing about determining whether you could testify by Zoom due to your health condition. Do you have health problems that prevent you from traveling long distances?
Yes, I do.
Matter of fact, the health problems you have, do they keep you, it's difficult for you to even travel to doctor's appointments 30 minutes away from your home?
Yes, the distance to some of the doctor's appointments is maybe 30 miles, and I'm pretty much really uncomfortable by the time that I get home.
Your doctor's recommended that you not travel, is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, where do you live right now?
I live in Boerne, Texas, Boerne.
And do you know about how long of a drive that is to Beaumont?
It's about 400 miles.
So your testimony on Zoom is necessary because of your health, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about your qualifications as you said you're an MD. Where did you go to medical school?
I went to San Antonio Medical School at the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio.
Okay. And when was that?
From 1971 to 1975.
And after that, were you a medical physician after you graduating medical school?
Yes,
And how long were you a physician?
I've been a physician ever since.
Okay. So let's talk about your qualifications as a forensic pathologist. What training and background do you have to testify as a forensic pathologist?
Okay, I started my training in the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office. That's Fort Worth, Texas. And I started about 1982, I think, 83, and was there for 10, 11 years before I came to Beaumont.
Okay.
And during that time, I learned the depth of training that's necessary in forensic pathology, and took the forensic pathology specialty board examinations and passed, and have been certified as a forensic pathologist.
How long have you been certified as a forensic pathologist?
Since 1992.
Okay. So have you practiced as a forensic pathologist since 92?
Yes, I have.
Where at?
Well, after Fort Worth, I went to Beaumont, and then after Beaumont, I went to Lubbock. After Lubbock, I went to Phoenix, and then I came back to Galveston and was chief medical examiner for Galveston County for a few years. And then my health situation, namely my osteoarthritis, affects most of the joints in my body, and I retired a year early from Galveston, and we activated a disability policy for me, and that kept me going for another 5 years.
So back on January 14th, 1995, well, let's ask you this. Have you performed few or many autopsies over the years?
I have done many autopsies.
Have you testified in court as a forensic pathologist?
On many occasions, yes.
And that's in the state of Texas?
In the state of Texas, I've been outside of Texas as a consultant and testified in trying to think. I think Florida and goodness. I can't really remember other places that have been outside of Texas,
But you have testified in court many times as an expert.
I certainly have, yes.
Okay, let's talk about January 14th, 1995. Were you a forensic pathologist in Beaumont, Texas?
I was.
And how long had you been in Beaumont at that time from 95?
How long had I been in Beaumont?
Yes, sir.
I'd say less than a year, I think. That was early part of my stay in Beaumont.
Okay, so on January 14th, 1995, did you perform an autopsy on a person by the name of Mary Catherine Edwards?
I did.
And were you requested to do so by a justice of the peace?
I was. I functioned in Beaumont as a forensic pathology consultant because that section of Texas was under the jurisdiction of the justices of the peace.
So back then, the justices of the peace were the ones that pretty much declared the cause of death. Is that correct? Not the cause, but the manner of death.
Okay, the manner of death is interesting. I had talked with a couple of the justices of the peace who were objecting to my rendering an opinion as to the manner of death, and I had told them if they didn't want me to write an opinion about the manner of death on my reports, then they really didn't need a forensic autopsy. They can get an autopsy done by a pathologist in a hospital. But if they want a forensic autopsy, they need to accept my opinion about the manner of death. And my report, in this case, has that opinion in parentheses. The manner of death was determined by the justice of the peace, and then parentheses, homicide was my opinion at the time that I did the autopsy.
Let's talk about that autopsy. Who was present at that autopsy?
Boyd Lamb from the police department in Beaumont.
And when you started that, do you remember about when you started that autopsy?
I started at 6 o'clock in the evening. It ended at midnight.
And have you had a chance to look at some photographs that I've provided for you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Have you looked at States Exhibits 4
Yes.
through 29?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately depict the autopsy of the person that you performed the autopsy and the photos of the person on the autopsy that you performed the autopsy on that on January 14th, 1995?
I believe they do.
Judge, 8 has already been tendered, so I've already shown counsel. We're doing 4 through 29, but it's 4 through 7 and then 5 through 29 for the or 4 through 7 and then 9 through 4 through 7, 9 through 29.
No objection, 1 through 7.
And 9 through 29.
And 9 through 29.
And that's because number 8 was introduced yesterday.
They are admitted.
Just permission to publish it just to the jury. Okay, just a moment.
Doctor, we're going to give the jury just a moment to look at these, okay? And then we'll talk about your autopsy.
Oh, they turned the light on. They usually have a guy.
Like,
Yes, sir. I'm ready for you. Now, doctor, now that the jury's had a chance to look at those, let's talk about the autopsy. Did you prepare an autopsy report as part of that autopsy?
I did.
And in that report, did you document the injuries that you saw, the condition of the body when it arrived, and what you did on each part of the autopsy?
Yes,
And did you also document each and every little injury that you could find on the body?
I did.
And did you make a cause of death and manner of death your opinion in that autopsy?
I did.
And I've shown you, we've given you a copy of State's Exhibit 1, have we not? That's the autopsy report.
Yes, I have it in my hand.
Is that an accurate copy of what you prepared for that autopsy?
Yes, sir, it is.
Take State's Exhibit 1, figure. Huh?
No objection, stage one.
without objection, State's Exhibit 1 is admitted.
The doctor, let's kind of talk about the autopsy. When you perform an autopsy on an individual, what is the process that you go through?
In rough approximation, you start with an external examination. You describe the things that are on the body and then the exterior appearance of the skin surface of the body. Following that, you make an incision and open up the body cavities and examine the organs and describe them in terms of weight and anything that's out of normal expectations. During that process, you can take small sections of various organ tissues and send them off and receive them in a few days for microscopic examination. And I did that in this case. And so I looked at the appearance of the organs as they appear under the microscope. Also, in this particular case, after I had first received the body and we took the clothes off, I did a sexual assault examination, took swabs from the vaginal vault, from the anal vault, and from the oral cavity. Those swabs were also smeared out on glass slides for examination. Tubes of blood were collected from the autopsy victim here and submitted along with the sexual assault material. That was turned over to Boyd Lamb and in the police department, and it started its journey towards wherever it was going to be further examined.
So let's talk about the external examination of Mary Catherine Edwards. How did she arrive for the autopsy?
Okay. She was received in the body bag. Hands were protected with paper bags. an identification tag on the right ankle stating the name and date. And there was a short sleeve white sleeping shirt with a printed pattern on her, and then a blue and black striped towel placed over the abdomen.
Okay, let's talk about that T-shirt.
Yes, sir.
You described it. There's also a picture of her in it in your autopsy photos, is there not?
Yes, there is.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37. Let's see if we can do this.
37.
You don't have those, doctor. It's going to be here.
Oh,
Your picture you're going to look at that will reflect. Will be 27 would probably be your best bet to look at.
Yes, sir.
Now you cut it off of her, did you not? That was,
I didn't understand.
did you cut the T-shirt off? Did you cut it to get it off of her?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Can you see this T-shirt in your camera?
I certainly can.
And is this T-shirt in State's Exhibit 37, is that the T-shirt you took off of Mary Catherine Edwards?
It is.
Tender State's 37, Judge?
Oh, Jackson State's.
37 is admitted without objection.
Now, she did not have on any underclothing underneath this T-shirt, did she?
She did not.
She was also draped in a towel. Am I correct?
Yes.
It came with the body. And
As
you described that towel as blue and black striped towel over the abdomen. Is that correct?
blue and black striped towel. Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 27 that we provided for you, the photograph, do you see that blue and black towel there?
Yes, I do.
And when it was collected, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 38A. And inside is State's Exhibit 38. Let me show you State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize this towel?
Yes,
That's the towel that was draped across Mary Catherine Edwards.
that's correct.
Tender States 38, 38A.
Jackson State's 38A.
They are admitted.
Now, do you remember whether they were wet or whether they were dry?
I think they were damp.
They were damp, but not soaking wet?
And that's my impression or recollection.
Okay. So after you removed the T-shirt, the towel, then you started the external examination looking at whether or not she had any injuries. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, let's kind of go over the injuries that you found of the blunt force trauma on Mary Catherine Edwards. Now, let's describe to the jury first, what is blunt force trauma?
Okay, blunt force trauma is a category of injury that's used to describe abrasions which are caused by scraping or impact injury to the skin, contusions or bruises on the skin, and sharp force injuries that can be present on the skin and cause separation of skin areas. That really is a sharp force trauma, but the blunt force trauma is abrasions and bruises.
Okay. So let's talk about the injuries that were noted on Mary Catherine Edwards. I believe you listed in your report there were 36 different things that you noted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let's start with number one. And let me see if I can get something up for the jury here. Don't know if we can. We'll try. Back there. For now. Over. Doctor, I'm gonna lose you for a minute because I gotta show the jury this diagram, but we're still gonna talk, okay?
That's all right.
Let's start with number one. What was the first thing that you noted in your report?
Okay. Number one is at
Can you
the,
hear me?
yes, sir. Can you hear
Can you
me?
hear me? Oh, he's not
Hello?
gonna be able to do sound. We're gonna switch to hardware. Let's switch it back.
Hello?
Hang on, doctor. We're getting you back.
Thank you.
It'll go. All right, doctor. Let's talk about number one. What did you show on number one as an injury?
Okay, reading from the report, at the posterior pinna of the right ear, there's a transverse 1/32 inch wide scratch abrasion. That's listed on a diagram too.
I look at your diagram. Is that this right here that's noted as injury number one?
Yes, injury number one to the upper part of that right ear.
Okay. And number two, what does it say?
Okay, the inner edge of the posterior pinna of the right ear, there's a gliding abrasion created by superior forces directed upward. It's 1/8 by 1/16 of an inch.
Okay, and that's the second mark there on that right ear. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It's pretty small.
Okay. What about number three?
Number three is over at the edge of the right chin. It's a faint purple contusion. It's vertically oriented, and it's 1/4 by 1/8 of an inch.
Let's talk a little bit real quick about the difference between light purple, dark purple. What do those mean?
Okay, bruises occur in a time orientation. Old bruises are greenish yellow to brown and are healing. Fresh bruises are purple, and here I've described this as a faint purple, so it's not real prominent, but it's still a fresh bruise.
So this would have occurred at or near the time of her death. Is that correct?
That is my impression, yes.
Okay. So let's continue on. Number four. What are we showing on injury number four?
At the right base of the chin, we have a purple contusion 1/2 by 2/16 of an inch. 3/16 of an inch, I'm sorry.
And that's reflected on the diagram we're showing the jury right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's talk about number five.
Number five is at the left base of the nose, two small circular abrasions, 1/16 of an inch in diameter each. And that's in the diagram number five.
Okay. Number six.
Number six, at the mid region of the lower left nares, or the side of the nose, a slightly curvilinear abrasion, 3/16 by 1/16 of an inch. This is suggested to me of fingernail impression.
Okay, and that's kind of right there where the nostril, top of the nostril is that right? On that outer nostril?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go number seven.
Number seven's up on the left cheek. There's a slightly curvilinear abrasion, 3/16 by 1/16 of an inch, which is also compatible with a fingernail impression.
Okay. Number eight.
That's a 1/16 diameter abrasion. It's just uh, beyond number 7 a little bit.
Okay. Let's go to number 9.
Number 9 is the left base of the chin is a faint purple contusion,
Okay,
a bruise.
okay. Number 10, I mean, number 11, sorry.
Number
Number 10, we're at number 10, sorry, number 10.
Okay, let's do number 10. That's in the left central chest region. There's a faint abrasion, scraping of the skin, 1/2 by 3/16 inch. It could also be produced by an impact to the chest at that point, which compresses the outside of the skin with enough force to cause this abrasion. And abrasion looks kind of brownish and granular.
Okay, number 11.
Number 11 at the anterior axillary line, that's the armpit of the right shoulder. It's a superficial abrasion, 1/8 of an inch.
Okay. Talk about number 12.
Number 12 is surrounding number 11, and it's a dark purple contusion, 3/8 of an inch in diameter. So the abrasion at the center is likely caused by impact to the skin and has produced a bruise as well.
Okay. Number 13.
Number 13 is at the anterior right hip. There's a moderate purple contusion, and this one is larger, 3 by 1 1/4 inch.
Number 14.
Okay, number 14 is in the central portion of that bruise, and it's a mild pattern of gliding abrasion with produced by upward directed forces, is 1 by 3/8 of an inch. So there's blunt force directed trauma that has produced both the bruise and the abrasion at the center.
Okay, number 15.
Number 15, the anterior or front part of the left hip, there is a dark purple contusion I described as variegated. That means that it has, it's not a solid continuous color, but it has variations of intensity in purple. And it is 2 3/4 by 1 1/2 inches.
And number 16.
Number 16 is in the center part of that same bruise. And it's a gliding abrasion, again, by upward directed forces. This is 1/2 by 1/4 inch. So there's a trauma that has produced both of these injuries.
Okay. Number 17.
Number 17, at the left mid-groin region, there's an abrasion that's produced by upward directed forces, 3/4 by 1/2 inch.
And number 18.
Number 18, let's see. Okay, number 18 is at the right lower mid-back region, and it's a superficial abrasion, 3/4 by 1/4 inch.
I think you're looking at 19, one up from that, number 18.
Okay. I'm sorry, at the posterior shoulder region,
Yes.
it's a dark purple slanted contusion, 4 by 5/8 inch. That's a long one, yes. And then we just described 19.
Yes, sir.
A little bit below it.
Let's
And
go to number 20.
number 20 at the right posterior mid buttocks region. There's a dark purple bruise, 3/4 of an inch in diameter.
21.
Number 21. Okay. Anterior right. Okay, front part of the right upper leg. There's an older healing contusion with brownish discoloration and yellow edges. It's 1 by 3/8 of an inch.
Anything particular about those yellow edges?
Well, it's all part of the same bruise, and like I said earlier, as a bruise heals, it goes through different colors, and the yellow and brown coloration is part of an older bruise. It was not part of the trauma that occurred at the time of her death.
Okay, so that particular injury might have been an older one. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go to 22.
At the right lateral upper leg, side of the right leg is a faint purple contusion, 2 by 3/4 inches. There it is. Okay. I see it. So it's on the side of the leg, but it's more frontward oriented, and it's like I say, a faint purple contusion.
Okay. Number 24.
23.
24.
Okay. We're 24. Proximal right anterior tibial surface. Okay. This is on the upper middle portion of the front of the right leg. There's a faint purple contusion, 1 3/4 by 1/4 inch by 1 inch.
1 inch. And
Yes.
25.
On the upper surface of the side of the right foot, there's a faint purple contusion, 1/4 inch.
And number 26.
Number 26. And okay, in the upper part of the left upper leg, the thigh region, in the front part, there's an older contusion with a faint green coloration.
So that particular bruise did not occur at the time of the attack. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go to 27.
On the back side of the right lower leg, there's a dark purple contusion. That's definitely part of something happened at the time of death, and it's 2 1/4 inches in diameter.
Okay. 28.
On the let's see, this is the dorsal surface of the right wrist. You hold your hand out, let's see, like this. There's an upper surface that's called the dorsal surface and a palmar surface on the other side. So this is on the back side of the right wrist. There's a transverse moderate purple contusion, 2 1/2 by 1 1/4 inches.
Now, one thing we didn't talk about, doctor, those bruises, what was around those wrists whenever the body arrived at the autopsy?
Okay, the body was presented with the hands bound behind the back with handcuffs, and I described the handcuff instruments and gave a serial number that was there. Let's see, where I have it. Let's see, just a minute. Okay, secured at the wrist and the back by a locked pair of Smith & Wesson handcuffs. They were tightly bound with the left keyhole pointing outward and the right keyhole pointing towards the back. The cuffs bear a serial number C27407 and an inscription model number M-100.
So you got the serial number off those handcuffs, is that correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, looking at State's Exhibit 36 that we have, there's some handcuffs inside of this.
Yes.
We're trying to show you, if we can, the handcuffs themselves out of the bag. You look and see if you recognize those. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get the serial number on this camera. We're gonna try.
Goodness. A little closer. Okay. C27407. I can read that.
Is that the same handcuffs that you took off of Mary Catherine Edwards?
It has to be.
Why is that?
Well, those serial numbers are unique to the handcuffs. They don't make another set of handcuffs with that same serial number on it.
So that serial number that we have in State's Exhibit 36 matches the serial number that you noted in your autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Tender State's 36 and 36A is the packaging for it.
Objections to 36A.
And B, I'm sorry, Judge, and B is another package.
Clear that up on the numbers.
Tender 36, 36A, and 36B.
No objections to all three of them.
They're admitted.
So doctor, this contusion on the dorsal surface of the right wrist, is that from the handcuffs?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go to injury number 29. What is that?
Okay. Number 29 is how did we describe it? A transverse scratch abrasion 5/8 of an inch.
Okay. So number 30.
Number 30, again, on the right wrist on the top side, there is a non-vital impression mark from the handcuffs, 2 1/4 by 1/4 inch.
So what do you mean by non-vital impression?
Okay, there wasn't any bruising that was associated with it. And that is something that has occurred post-mortem.
So from the handcuff just being on her while she was deceased, if they rested there, that would create that impression.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's go to number 31.
Okay. 31 is on the palmar surface, the bottom part of the hand, okay?
Yes, sir.
And it's the right wrist. It is dark purple contusion, 1.5 inches by 1/2 inch.
$32.
And 32 is on the palmar surface of the hand, the bottom part of the hand. And the thenar eminence is the it's the base of the thumb, and it has a distinct prominence right here.
Okay.
It's called the thenar eminence. And there's a faint purple contusion, 1 by 1/2 inch at that location.
Well, you moved down to 32. Look at, are we on 32? Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
you're right, you're correct. Go to 33.
Number 33 goes to the left hand, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's on the bottom side and it's near that eminence from the base of the thumb. It's a dark purple contusion with a linear, centrally depressed area, 1 1/4 by 1/2 inch overall. The central depression is from the handcuffs. The bruise itself is from the handcuffs, but the central depression is a residual that has hung on because the handcuffs were still on her when she got to me.
Okay. Number 34.
Number 34 is on the upper part of the left wrist. It says radial surface. Okay, that's over by where the thumb is. And there's a dark purple contusion, 1/4 of an or 3/4 of an inch in diameter.
Okay, number 35.
On the upper surface of the left wrist, this is on the little finger side of that wrist. There's a dark purple contusion, 7/8 of an inch in diameter.
And finally, number 36.
Okay, number 36 is on the upper surface of the left lower wrist, a series of 2 non-vital impressions, 2 3/4 by 1/4 inch and 2 1/2 by 1/4 inch. These are from the handcuffs and are postmortem injuries.
Now, was there anything else externally on Mary Catherine Edwards' body and her physical condition when she arrived at the morgue that caught your eye when you saw her?
Oh, goodness.
In particular, I'm talking about states exhibits 27, probably 26.
Let's see what we got here.
Would be more like it.
Okay. Oh, you got it. Here we go. 27.
26 and 27, yes, sir.
And okay, 26 and 27. Okay.
Sure.
27.
Anything that stands out to you as far as determining her cause of death and what happened to her?
Thank you. Okay, get this back in here. Okay, 26 and 27, were used to show the shirt that she was wearing, but also they show the foam that is present on her nose and mouth. It's just kind of streaming out. And it actually is present on both sides. And that foam is what led me to initially conclude that she had drowned in the bathtub that was full of water at the scene. I went to the scene.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. Did you go to the scene?
Yes.
And there was about 4 inches of water in the tub. And you said initially that led you to believe what?
That she had drowned.
So what else led you to believe she had drowned? Anything else or just that?
Well, the foam, but here I am several years later and a lot more experienced and
we're going to talk about that, doctor, but at the scene and at the time, you believed that she had drowned. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Now, since then, have you had more experience as a forensic pathologist and dealt with more drownings and other types of death?
Well, I've dealt with a particular category of death that's called restraint asphyxia, where the person is unable to breathe. Their chest is compressed and they just simply can't breathe. And the characteristics of that are that pressure on the chest puts pressure on the large vein in the upper chest that returns blood to the heart. And that produces a backup of blood because the arterial circulation is still beating from the heart, and it produces this upper body congestion. Congestion's a pathological forensic pathology term. It means that the blood is engorged in the venous part of the circulation and return. Now, the heart still continues to produce blood pressure by beating because it has blood that returns from the lower part of the body and enables it to circulate blood pressure through the arteries. The arteries are too muscular and stiff to be compressed by that external pressure in the chest. So what you end up with is an upper body dark purplish coloration that is also accompanied by little breaks in some of the small tiny veins and capillaries, and they spread out little hemorrhages that are present and are called Tardieu spots. I want to refer to one of the photography exhibits. Exhibit 9
Yes, sir.
shows these Tardieu spots that are present on the eyelids.
Are you talking about the little spots that look like little minor hemorrhages?
They are little tiny hemorrhages. And that's a part of the picture. And see. Well, I guess that photograph is the one that I've got that shows that congestion. That exhibit 9 is indicative of these findings that occur because the chest is compressed and the person cannot breathe. Along with that, the blood flow backs up in the brain and the brain starts to swell, and that happened in this case, and it compressed the lower part of her brain against the lower part of her skull, and that is what stopped her from finally trying to breathe. It's called herniation, and that was the result of the asphyxial type of death. You know, I've seen a number of these cases now. One particular that a fellow was caught in a grain silo and they kept pouring the grain on top of him and he couldn't get his chest to breathe, and he had a similar appearance to this.
So could that have been caused by someone being on top of another person and applying pressure to them from behind?
Yes, it could.
If it was done strongly enough and for a long period of time?
Yes, indeed.
About how long would it take? Just a minute?
I would say probably about between 5 and 10 minutes.
Okay. So also, let's talk about the photographs, the lividity that you see on the body. Was that what you would expect to see from someone who had been slumped over a bathtub and left there?
Well, okay. Lividity is a phenomenon in which the blood in the vessels of the body goes and migrates to the lowest point by gravity, and as in the first 4 hours or so, that lividity, you can press on the purple color in the skin at the lowest point and it will blanch. But after about 7 hours, it doesn't blanch anymore. It becomes fixed. And so you can estimate times of death from whether it's blanchable or not. Let's see. I'm gonna look back here under external examination. Prominent anterior upper body fixed purple lever mortis with tardive spotting on the anterior chest and face. That's interesting because the posterior surface of the body reveals a slight degree of blanchable lividity, and she was transported to the morgue on her back, but she was found at the scene on her stomach and face over by between the toilet and the bathtub. And
well, if there was evidence that when she was found by her parents that she was slumped over sideways over the bathtub with her head hanging down in the water, would that be more consistent with that lividity up in the upper part of her body?
Yes, it would, but it's also indicative of the position in which she was found at the scene too.
Okay.
When they turned her over on her back and transported her in the body bag to the morgue, she started to develop some additional lividity to her back, which was just starting, and that's why I made that observation about the blanchable lividity on the posterior surface. It was fixed on the anterior surface, so that's pretty much how she died, on her anterior surface. But like I say, when we started transporting her on her back to the morgue, some of that lividity was able to migrate to the back surface and still be, and it was more freshly formed.
Okay, let's talk about what did you determine the cause of death was? Now,
at the time, I determined that the death was due to drowning because of the bathtub and the froth on her nose.
was there something else about the lungs that you looked at this time that also helped you determine that it was not drowning?
That it was not drowning? Yeah, the lungs were 341 and 374 grams, right and left. And I don't really think that that's quite enough to be indicative of a drowning. There is a phenomenon that's called dry drowning, in which the lungs would be light, but that's because of a spasm of the little flap at the top of your breathing tube that just closes down and will not let any water come in. That usually happens in deep water drownings.
Yes. But in this case, you look at the weight of the lungs and it didn't seem like it had enough fluid in it to constitute drowning. Is that correct? Along with
Yes, sir. That's in a sort of a gray zone because they were they did exhibit some foamy cut surface. Let's see.
is it possible that while someone was trying to drown them, they asphyxiated them by holding them down and caused that type of death?
Yeah, by pressing on them so that she couldn't breathe. Yes.
Okay. So what was the manner of death? What was the cause of death in your opinion now, Judge? Doctor?
Okay. At the present time,
Yes, sir.
I would like to change that opinion to asphyxiation, entrapment asphyxiation.
Okay. Now you said, and what was the manner of death in your opinion?
In a manner that it was a homicide.
And the bruising and everything that was on her, did it appear there was a struggle that occurred while she was being subdued with those handcuffs?
I would think that would be consistent, yes.
Okay.
Just 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Please, all parties be mindful, not to interrupt you, but the jury these are terms that are being used that the jury
Yes,
may
sir.
not be familiar with when we take for granted because we deal with this routinely. But if be sensitive, help the jury understand terms such as homicide.
Yes, sir. Doctor, what are we talking about homicide? Can you
Okay.
define?
A homicide is a death that occurs at the hands of another through intention or negligence.
Now, you also, as part of your autopsy, performed a sexual assault exam. Is that correct? You did a rape kit, what we call rape
Yes,
kit.
yes, I did.
Now, those kits, they come in a white box, didn't they, back then?
Yes, sir.
And the white box had everything you needed to conduct that exam in it, didn't it?
Well, it had glass slides in it. It had a comb, and I don't know if it had clippers. We probably used the scalpel, but we were submitting samples of combed pubic hair and of her cut pubic hair, as well as swabs that were taken from the vaginal and the anal and the oral cavities. And these were also slid across the glass sides and dried for further examination. And all that was put in to a sexual assault examination kit and signed off by me. I turned that kit over to Boyd Lamb.
Okay. Now, when you do the sexual assault exam, there's some chain of custody forms that go along with it, that you include with it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk first. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Does that look like one of those sexual assault exam boxes? Can you tell?
Okay, I have a copy of it here. I can see what you're having is 32, and I got a photograph of 32 in my hand.
Does that appear to be a sexual assault exam box that you would get and use as a kit? Is that correct?
Okay, show it to me, you know, turn it around a little bit so I can see. It has volume, it's thick and thickness. Okay, what I'm looking at here is the top surface, and I can't see that there's any depth to that on my photograph, but I can see that on the Elmo there.
What is on that tape right there that I'm showing you, the red tape on States Exhibit 32, if I can get it up in front of there? What date is that? Can you tell?
Goodness. Okay.
Can you see it? Look in their camera.
Yeah, okay. And okay, it looks like it's
That's a January 14th, 95.
I see the 14 and 95 slash marks. The first part of that is a little blurred.
Can you tell? Let me see if I can get it a little hard.
Ask- He
How's
didn't hear-
that?
he didn't hear your question. Y'all were both talking. Could you ask him again about the number?
Is that what date does that show?
Okay, I see 01 out of that. So that's January 14th, 95.
That's when you perform the sexual assault exam. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So included in that sexual assault exam were a bunch of envelopes with numbers on them, weren't they?
Well,
Steps that you have to take. Is that correct?
envelopes. I don't see, let's see what we got.
You're gonna have, if you look at the one with the blood, doctor, I'll show you just a minute. Let me get these out.
Okay.
Let me just show you. States 34, these envelopes like this. You remember these envelopes? Look at the camera, doctor. Look up the screen.
Okay.
Do you remember these envelopes? In the sexual.
I've got step 7 on my
Yeah,
copies here. So,
each step has an envelope, does it not?
to the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay. I mean, these all have directions on how to do it. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was a direction envelope that went with it.
Okay. Well, let's talk about some of the things that you did in that sexual assault kit. Let's look at States Exhibit 33. I'm going to show you some boxes. States Exhibit 33. I'm going to show you some boxes contained in them and see if you recognize States Exhibits 33A, V, and O. And I'm going to show you each one individually. This is States 33A. Do you see anything on there that you would recognize?
Oh, yes, indeed. I see my handwriting and with a Sharpie pen.
Okay.
It's got the case number 95-011. That was my case number that I assigned to this. And this particular one is the anal swab.
Now, notice you put Mary K. Edwards. It's really Mary C. Edwards, is it not?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Is that still the same autopsy number, and that's your signature or your name written on that? Is that correct?
That is correct, in my handwriting.
Is that the swab that you took, the anal swab that you took from Mary Catherine Edwards? We'll show you the other side of the box to show you which swab it is.
Yes.
So is that the anal swab that was taken from Mary Catherine Edwards?
Yes,
Okay, and when you did that swab, did you do the outside or inside of the anal cavity?
I did the inside of the anal cavity.
Okay. So let's look at State's Exhibit 33V.
Okay,
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what does that have on it?
It has the same markings as the previous one.
Does it-
The case number, the victim's name, the date, and my name, and my handwriting.
And so you wrote that on that box, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this was taken on January 14th, 1995, like the other one was, right?
That is correct.
And was this a vaginal swab that was taken from Mary Catherine Edwards?
Yes, it was.
And we're going to show you 34? 33O.
Correct. Okay,
33O, is that, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that that makes you recognize it? What's on there?
Okay, there's the case number, the victim's name, the date of the examination, and my name, and it's all written in my handwriting.
Okay, and this was on January 14th, 1995, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is this the oral swab that you took from the victim, Mary Catherine Edwards?
It is.
And that was all part of the rape kit that you performed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's look at State's Exhibit 35.
Thank you. Okay.
So State's Exhibit 35 is going to be step number 7 that you were looking at a while ago. Is that
Okay, I don't have the directions in front of me, so
okay? But step number 7,
I see step number 7 on the envelopes.
did you take fingernail clippings from Mary Catherine Edwards as part of the sexual assault kit?
Yes, I did.
And scrapings, and those step number 7, is that the right hand and left hand of Mary Catherine Edwards?
It is.
Okay, and each one of those will contain, if it was identified later on by laboratory, the fingernail clippings that came from Mary Catherine Edwards. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Those were included inside of the sexual assault exam kit. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were noted on your chain of custody that we're going to show you in just a minute. Is that correct?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Huh? Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 34, Judge. Dr. I'm drunk here. Is that step 8 of the sexual assault kit?
It is.
And what is contained in State's Exhibit 8 or 34 on step 8?
I don't know.
Let's open it up and look at it. What does it say it is?
Well, a blood sample.
Okay, would that be the blood sample taken from Mary Catherine Edwards on January 14th, 1995?
That would be correct.
And when you take those, what is noted? How many tubes are in State's Exhibit 8?
There should be 2 tubes, I think.
Let me try that. Step number 8, State's Exhibit 34.
Okay. Exhibit 34, the blood,
Showing you right now.
right. I'm with you.
Is that the blood samples in there? What should be inside of there?
Okay, there should be a purple stopper tube and a yellow stopper tube.
Okay,
One of them has EDTA as an anticoagulant. That's the purple stop. And the yellow stopper has acid citrate dextrose as an anticoagulant in it. And is used for blood typing.
Just a second.
Get some scissors. No. I'll do down here. Behind you. Sorry. Hey, doctor, there's a yellow cap tube.
Yes, indeed.
Can you read? Can we get where you can read that? And what should it say on it?
You have to put it closer if you can.
Or get that a little easy.
You want to focus on
Unfortunately, I really can't read that.
Here, doctor. Let me read right here. When you hold this up right here, it's going to be just.
stop.
What is that?
Focus.
Which one is that?
Okay, that's the yellow top tube.
Can you read what it says on the yellow label right there? Wait a minute. Keep going the wrong way with my hand. Give me just a second. I had it focused. It's gonna go to focus. Here we go. How's that? The yellow, what does it say? Does it say ACD? Does it say ACD solution? Can you read it? Can you read it, doctor? No, can't read it. Okay. It says ACD, we'll put it on the record. It says ACD. Is that the yellow top tube?
Yes, that is the yellow top tube.
Okay, let's look at the purple one. You got the purple one? What's the purple one supposed to say?
EDTA, I think.
We're gonna try a different way here. Can you read in the purple? On the screen?
Hold on here. I'm waiting for this. Let's see. Just I think it says EDTA on it. Yes, it does.
Yes, okay. So those are the two tubes that were taking blood from Mary Catherine Edwards. Is that correct in this autopsy?
That is correct. They're also listed in the chain of custody.
Okay. So doctor, a lot of the things that you had, those things that we just showed you, you provided those inside the sexual assault exam kit and you handed those over to Boyd Lamb. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Boyd Lamb, you don't know what he did with them after he took them from you, do you?
No, they need to follow a chain of custody and be signed off at each place.
But we provided you with copies of states exhibits 2 and 3, which are the chain of custodies. You remember, you have copies of those, is that correct?
I do. The problem with the first one for the sexual assault kit,
Yes, sir.
I don't have the reverse side of that, but that would indicate that it was signed over to Boyd Lamb.
So if you look at states exhibit 2 on the back side,
Okay, you're gonna have to show, there you go. You can see my signature and Boyd's signature.
yes, sir.
That's where transferred custody, there should be a date on there and that sort of stuff.
So if it says January 14th, 1995, that was when the autopsy, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, states exhibit 3. What's chain of custody of states exhibit 3?
Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay. Trace evidence recovered from the body and clothing.
What do you mean by trace evidence?
Okay, trace evidence is material that is collected from the body. Crime scene technicians collect it at the scene as well, but what I do is, look at what we have on the body. And we have hairs, fibers, a tiny silver reflective material, hairs that are described by color. There's a paint chip from the right groin, a white flag loose, a white flake loose in the body bag. And then we have the handcuffs, the t-shirt, and the blue and black bath towel.
Okay, so that's where those are described at. So are these accurate copies of the chain of custody that you signed over to Boyd Lamb on January 14th, 1995?
Okay, yes, they are.
Interstates 2 and 3.
Those have changed.
Yeah.
No objections to the documentation, Judge. 2 and 3.
Are you moving of those into evidence?
Yes,
in this trial? Without objection, states exhibits 2 and 3 are admitted.
Now, doctor, those chains of custody, what are those for?
Those are to demonstrate who has possession of this evidence as it gets transmitted up the chain to various people that will examine the contents that are contained with the chain of custody form.
So when you took all the exhibits of the fingernail clippings, the blood tubes, the swabs that were taken from the body, all those were placed inside of the kit in States Exhibit 32 and given to Boyd Lamb. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And after that, you had no further dealings with those. Is that right?
That is correct. I would like to have reports back, but that doesn't happen. So.
Thank you very much, doctor, for your testimony. I'm going to turn you over to the defense attorney now for cross-examination.
Hold on.
Oh, yes, sir.
There's some housekeeping. What states exhibits did you intend to admit in this to this witness?
I'm not admitting some of these until just the ones I admitted. We've got some more people that have to go on the chain for the others.
States exhibit 34 has not been admitted yet.
No, sir.
States exhibits 2 and 3 have been admitted.
Yes, sir.
States exhibits 36, 36A, and 36B have been admitted.
Yes, sir. Was that the
Handcuffs.
handcuffs? Yes, sir.
Those have been, yes, sir.
And the towel, which was
38 and 38A.
Yes, sir.
Admitted.
And also the t-shirt, which was
States
37.
exhibit 37
Yes, sir.
admitted.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
in States Exhibit 1. The autopsy report was included.
I don't have that.
Yes, sir.
It's exhibit 1 was moved into evidence without objection,
Yeah, when it was
admitted. All right, you are tendering the witness to.
Yes.
We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, 5 or 10 minutes. Refresh yourself, report back outside. And we're going to take a break. Doctor, we're going to take a break for a few minutes. If you'd be so kind to bear with us, thank you. And the record shall now show that the jury is seated in the courtroom. When we broke, I believe the state had passed the witness, but the state is requesting to reopen for a few additional questions.
That's correct, Your Honor.
You are allowed.
Doctor, I neglected to talk to you about a couple of issues. What was the reason for you doing the sexual assault exam?
The scene would indicate that there would have been sexual assault, and you need to prove it by doing the swabs. But you know, at the time of the autopsy examination, the anus was rather large, and it relaxes after death. But if you get positive swabs back that show that there's semen, then you can say that the deceased has been sodomized.
Okay, so let's talk about what you just said about the anus. Let's talk about vaginal. Looking in your experience, if there was semen found inside the vaginal area, the vagina, if there was semen found inside the body there, and looking at the numerous injuries and the handcuffing, in your opinion, was it possible that a sexual assault occurred?
Yes.
And you talked about, and that would be vaginally, when you're looking at State's Exhibit 22, I believe that's the injury that you're talking about, the bodily part that was a gate, I guess we can call it, the anus. Is that correct?
That's an view of the anus, yes.
Okay. What stands out to you, and I'm going to show the jury that picture, what stands out to you in that photograph that causes you to think that might have occurred?
Well, the anus is enlarged and gaping open. And as I say, it's possible that that can occur just naturally after death. But if the anal swab comes back and shows the presence of semen, then you know that the deceased has been sodomized.
Okay, so in your opinion, if it comes back with semen detected in there, then the victim had been sodomized.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. And if it comes back with semen in both the vagina and the anal cavity, would that be consistent with sexual assault of the victim?
It would indeed.
Okay, thank you.
You passed the witness?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
That was court.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Been a long time. I have some questions for you. Can you hear me?
I
Okay.
can hear you.
We're going to get back to the last questions in a little bit, but I've got some questions that I want to start with. When you first started your testimony, you talked about a conflict between you and the Justice of the Peace at the time. Remember talking about that?
Well, yes.
Okay, well, you talked about cause of death and manner of death, and you could just have somebody at the hospital do the autopsy versus a forensic pathologist like yourself. You remember testifying to that with the state's questions?
I do.
Okay, can you tell me why?
Why what?
Why did you have a conflict, or why was there a disagreement?
Because the justices of the peace had felt that the manner of death ruling was their purview alone. And I had a difference of opinion about that because of my background and training, which was nowhere near what the justices of the peace had.
Well, she determined that it was a homicide.
Yes, she did.
Did you disagree with that?
Nope.
Was it just that you wanted to render the opinion and not her, or?
I wanted my report to reflect the opinion of a forensic pathologist as to the manner of death.
The cause of death that you said back in 1995 was drowning,
That's correct.
and now you've changed your opinion.
I have,
When did you change your opinion on that?
when I was reviewing this case, a month ago.
So almost 30 years after reviewing the case, after you reviewed that, you changed your mind almost 30 years ago, from 30 years ago.
Yes, sir.
You did test though that day in reference to taking samples and looking at items. What made you believe that it was a drowning at that time in 1995?
There was a bathtub that had water in it, and she was wet, and there was foam coming from the nose and mouth.
Did you ever dissect the lungs to see if there were fluid in there?
I did.
And
Small amounts of fluid were present, but in review, I don't think it was sufficient to continue with the opinion of drowning.
but that review was about 30 days ago.
Approximately, yeah.
You talked about asphyxiation now is your opinion in reference to possible cause of death. Correct?
Correct.
How much pressure does someone have to exert in order to stop someone from breathing?
I imagine that's going to depend upon the ability of the victim to expand their lungs, chest, and diaphragm. This was a small female and certainly not the same as a male power lifter.
Well, so you don't have any idea what kind of force or that would be needed in order to stop someone from breathing, exerting pressure on the chest.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, doctor, what kind of pressure then would be needed?
Pressure sufficient to stop her from breathing.
But you didn't determine that.
I didn't determine that, no.
When you testified in reference to now the way you think caused or way or manner or means the death was caused, you noted a lot of bruising and in your autopsy. Wouldn't that have caused more bruising across the chest if it was compressed to such a point that person couldn't breathe?
If there was something that was small enough to cause a bruise, bruising occurs because of an impact on the skin that has broken the blood vessels beneath it. But if the chest is being compressed against the bathtub, that's a broad enough surface that it might not cause any visible bruising.
When you say might not, but it could.
Well, let's say that it didn't in this case.
Well, so there was no indication of any bruising at all from the compression?
I'm sorry, I missed what you said earlier.
Yeah. So are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that there is no bruising or there isn't any indication of bruising based on your now assumption that asphyxiation caused the death?
Well, we have bruising that's on the body that is there from trauma at the scene. The most notable of which would be in the diagram from the autopsy report. I'm looking at the full body diagram, and there's bruising at the anterior portion of each hip. That is likely to be caused by the pressure, or let's say it's consistent with being caused by pressure from the edge of the bathtub. But the that is pressure that's exerted over the hip area, and in order to be an asphyxiation, you have to be able to render the victim unable to breathe in the chest region. And the evidence right now is pointing to the fact that she suffered an asphyxial death from a form of entrapment asphyxia, and the petechiae around the eyes, on the surface of the eyeballs, on the tip of the epiglottis, which is the little flap at the top of the breathing tube, and the face and upper body. All those indicate that she was unable to breathe and had a severe restriction of the blood return from the superior vena cava, or the upper vein that drains the head, neck, and upper body.
That's the second time you talked about the upper vein and the restriction. Correct?
The second time? I
Yes.
mean, I testified as such
Right,
for the prosecution.
right, the second time. Are you telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that the marks around her mid-waist caused her to stop breathing through her lungs?
No, I'm not.
Are you saying that the force or the bruise, which is number 10 that you testified to, which was 1/2 inch by 3/16 inch bruising in the chest, right in the middle?
Of her chest.
Right, that little mark right there. Are you saying it caused her from stop breathing?
No, sir.
How about the ones on her right arm, which would be number 11 and number 12, which is the bruising, the 3/8 inch and 1/8 inch? Are you saying, yeah, that's number 11 and number 12.
Yes, sir.
Are you saying those caused it?
No, sir.
And there's really no other marks except around the back. There was some type of mark on her. I believe it was her right shoulder on the back. And that would have been number 18.
Yes, sir.
That wouldn't have caused it, would it?
I don't think so. I think that's reflective of trauma to the shoulder itself. It's a dark purple bruise.
Did you see anywhere where her air passage was restricted around her neck?
No, I did not.
Did you notice any bruising around the mouth that in reference to anything that says that something was stuffed in her mouth or a hand was put over her mouth in such a force that would cause any bruising?
Well, I didn't see any bruising that would indicate that. That doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
Are you saying it happened?
I'm not saying it happened.
You talked a lot about, and there's 36 observations that you did in reference to bruising. Remember talking about that, Doctor?
Okay, can you repeat that question now?
Or absolutely. You talked about 36 incidents or observations that you made on Miss Edwards' torso or body in reference to bruising. Remember testifying to all those?
Bruising and abrasions, yes.
Is there a way for you to tell specifically or somewhere around the time that those bruisings occurred?
Well, the ones that were dark purple or of purple coloration are though they are occurring around the time that she was being assaulted.
And how-
But
And what do you base that on, Doctor?
I base that on the appearance and color of the bruises and abrasions. There were some that were older.
But can you give a time frame? There's been testimony that it could have happened the night before, somewhere after midnight. Could it have been that short, or could it have been longer? Or there's really no way to actually tell.
I am definitely of the opinion that these bruises and abrasions that are described with fresh characteristics occurred around the time of her death.
On the top of that list where you noted the bruising, you put blunt force trauma. Remember your reports?
I do.
Do you know how much force has to be used in order to be classified as blunt force?
Whatever force is able to produce the findings of bruising or scraping at the skin or impact injury to the skin.
So if I knock into the corner of the coffee table and I get a bruise, that's blunt force.
Yes, it is.
What is not blunt force that causes bruising?
A bruising is a type of blunt force trauma.
Okay, to whatever degree is necessary to cause the bruising.
It's a manifestation of the blunt force trauma.
Are you saying that any force that causes bruising would be considered blunt force?
Yes, I am.
You testified that these injuries or bruising and scrapings or abrasions that were probably done in a struggle. Do you stand by that?
Yes,
And you went to the scene.
I did.
How long after this happened were you called to the scene? Was it that day? Was Miss Edwards still there at the scene?
Who?
The victim.
Yes,
She's still in the bedroom? I mean, the bathroom?
she was in the bathroom,
Okay.
laying on the floor between the toilet and the bathtub.
Did you take a look around to see where the possible struggle might have been? Or occurred?
I would say I believe I did, but of course I haven't recorded it.
Okay, where do you believe you might have seen it?
Have seen what? The bathroom?
Struggle.
Okay. I don't know that. I don't have any recollection as to whether I saw evidence of a struggle or not. I was really relying upon the report from the Justice of the Peace of the condition of the scene at that time.
Do you have a written report from the Justice of the Peace?
I usually do, yes.
I have a second, Judge. Do you remember looking at one? I know it's been 30 years ago.
No, I don't have a specific recollection of that report. And it is apparently not available at the present time. My report, second paragraph of my report on page 2 says that the biographical details concerning the demise of the deceased are set forth in the supplemental report from the Justice of the Peace. I have not seen that document recently.
So if it was in your on your second page, there was a supplemental report somewhere that you relied upon?
At the time of the autopsy, there was, yes, having visited the place personally and talked with the Justice of the Peace, and gaining information from her report to me, but again, we'd have to rely on my memory, which is not specific in that regard.
Right, and
I do remember going to the scene.
okay, and I just to clarify, and I'm going to move on, Doctor, is somewhere on page 2 of your report that was entered in as State's Exhibit number 1. You also referenced a supplemental report. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You said and you testified to a number of things that you did during the autopsy. And you would agree with me that your job is, one is to look at the body to see any deformities or anything that basically sticks out that's not normal. Correct? Like the bruising, or if something was broken, or a gunshot wound. It's not in this case, but things like that, correct?
That's correct.
And then you go in and you actually go section by section to determine what may cause the bruising or what the condition of a person is when they're being examined, correct? I'm trying to put it in simple terms.
I know, and
You examine part of the body, doctor, don't you? Try to.
well, I do an external examination. That's where all the bruising is involved.
Right.
And in some cases, I have been presented with an object that may have caused the bruising and asked if it was consistent. And I have said yes or no to that. None of that occurred in this case.
When you do the autopsy, you wear gloves, right? To protect not only yourself, but to protect any evidence from contamination.
That's correct.
During that time, you testified that you took swabs from body cavities, correct?
That's correct.
You also combed certain areas of the body, pubic hair areas, correct?
Yeah, in doing a sexual assault kit, you swab each of the body cavities, the anal, oral, and vaginal vaults. You do pubic hair combings to try to catch any foreign hairs that may be present. you do pubic hair clippings so that there is comparison of the victim's hair with those combings. And you take each of the swabs is smeared on a slide, so you have slides that are prepared and dried, and then the blood specimens are collected, and that pretty much summarizes the sexual assault kit.
Right. But in this, what you did was you pulled and combed the hair, the pubic hair, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You combed the head hair.
No, I did not.
Well, if it says in item number 10 on State's Exhibit number 2, do you have that?
Item number 10.
Yes, State's Exhibit number 2, which is a
Two.
custody form.
Okay. Hold
And
on.
item number 10.
Okay, I'm looking at,
Okay, it says one envelope, combed head hair.
okay. That's interesting. Okay. That's not something that I normally do, but if it's in the a sexual assault kit and requested, of course it'll be done.
Well, one question, doctor, is if you don't normally do it, did someone request you to do that?
And apparently the sexual assault kit requested that.
Okay. And do you know why they asked you to do that?
No, I don't.
Okay. You also pulled hair from different parts of the head area. That's number 11.
That's correct.
Okay, and then you also did the fingernail clippings on the right and left hand. Were those all fingers, or was it just certain fingers, or were they all 5 on each?
No, it's all 5 digits on each hand.
If you go to exhibit number 3, State's Exhibit number 3,
I got you.
you took a lot of stuff or collected a lot of items from State's Exhibit number 3.
That's correct.
Black hair from the shoulder of the shirt.
Item number 1, yes.
Reddish hair and dark fiber from inside the neck of the shirt. Reddish hair.
That's item number 2.
Green fiber and small reddish fiber from the side of the shirt.
That's item 3.
Hairs from the right side of the shirt. And that's number 4. You didn't say whether or not they were dark or they were red or blonde. Is there a reason why?
No, I don't have any reason for that. It may have been that I was not able to tell the color.
Okay. And you took some from the inside or lower front of the shirt, which is the next item. So an awful lot of hair you were collecting.
Yes, sir.
But number 6, you said dark hairs from the lower front of the shirt, hair from the back of the shirt, which is number 7.
Correct.
Number 8 is tiny silver reflective material. What was that? Tiny silver reflective material.
I can't tell you any more than what that is described there.
But you put it up, or excuse me, you confiscated it, packaged it up, and gave it to Mr. Boyd Lamb, the police officer.
I did. These items were trace evidence, so they were not part of the sexual assault kit. And trace evidence is examined in a separate laboratory.
Okay. You received or you confiscated hair from the right side of the face and light colored hairs from the right breast. Light colored hair.
Yes, that's item 12.
And then reddish hair again from the left breast.
And that's item 13.
Right. You see that?
Yes,
And that was all collected and packaged and given to the Beaumont Police Department. Mr. Lamb, that was at the autopsy, correct?
yes, sir. There's also items 14 through 19.
Hair on the right leg,
Yes,
a white paint chip
yes,
and white flake in the body bag.
that's correct.
Then also you have the handcuffs.
The handcuffs and the t-shirt and the towel.
This happened in 1995, correct?
That is correct.
Was DNA at that time kind of in its infancy, just starting up?
Pretty much so. I first became acquainted with DNA when I was in the Fort Worth office, and I was there for 10 years, I guess.
What year was that, Doctor?
Okay, now I was certified in forensic pathology in 1992, taking a long comprehensive examination that covered not only just forensic pathology, but asking for a level of expertise in toxicology and microbiology and biochemistry and some trace evidence material and how it was examined. DNA, as I recall, was starting to be recognized, and we were setting up a laboratory in the Fort Worth office, and the Fort Worth Police Department was also setting up a DNA laboratory, and the premier expert in DNA was a guy named Arthur Eisenberg, and he was on the faculty at North Texas State University at that time, and set up a laboratory also in Fort Worth for the purpose of examining DNA from and comparing it to, it was to prove primarily paternity suits, and there was a central laboratory that was set up. Arthur, let's see, he was also on the faculty at Texas College of Osteopathic Medicine, and did a great deal of his work in that laboratory at Fort Worth.
Doctor, I guess the point of my question is, back then, you used, or law enforcement or scientists used hair samples and things like that to try to identify suspects or individual, correct?
Yes, sir. As far as hair characteristics go, that is the case. The DNA that's present in a hair fiber is derived from a person's mother. It's mitochondrial DNA.
Okay.
And
You took,
it does,
I'm sorry, Doctor.
okay. It does not match up with the DNA from the whole body of a person. That DNA is derived from cellular nuclei.
When you testified that it appeared to be the struggle because of the bruising, the abrasions, right? A struggle happened. Is that the reason why you took the nail clippings for testing?
Actually, I take nail clippings on every case that I do, and particularly in suspected homicides,
And why do you do that?
so that you can examine the material that's collected under the fingernails and see if you can match it to something. It's part of the trace evidence examination.
How would something get underneath the fingernails?
By scraping and scratching,
Like fighting?
like
Because
fighting. Yes, that's
you
fine.
mentioned some scar or scraping on her Miss Edwards' front of her face. Similar to that, when someone's fighting, clawing.
Well, okay, I pointed out earlier that there were a couple of abrasions that I felt were consistent with fingernails impression. Now, there may not have been any successful getting of the skin of the face, but again, there might have been. The mark that's left behind is consistent with a fingernail injury.
Would you agree with me that if there's substance or something underneath the fingernails, there has to be some movement in order to scrape whatever you're touching to break off and get underneath the fingernails to be deposited? Would you agree with me on that?
Okay, you're asking if the arms are not restrained so that she can impact the assailant.
Right, but
And I'd say yes. I mean,
yeah, my question
she
though,
was found with handcuffs on her back.
I understand.
And
Well,
I'm sorry.
we're gonna get that in a second. But would you agree with me, in order for someone to have substance or something underneath their fingernails, they would have to touch or scrape something in order to deposit it there?
That's correct.
You just don't walk around and something comes underneath your fingernails. You have to scrape it, like in a struggle.
Yes, and then you have to consider what my fingernails look like right now, and they've got dirt under them.
Well, I'd show you mine, but I'm in court too, Judge. I mean, doctor, sorry, Judge. Who's going on? Look at yours. So you took those samples in order as part of your protocol in doing an autopsy so that they can be evaluated to see if something was underneath there that could benefit whoever.
Yes.
Okay. When you removed the handcuffs and she was handcuffed behind her back, that's Miss Edwards, were you using gloves?
Yes.
And was that to try to preserve any type of evidence that might have been on the handcuffs?
Correct.
You testified that, and I wrote it down, that each handcuff or this handcuff had a unique number to it. Correct?
Yes.
And matter of fact, you said what the number was, and that was unique to that individual pair of handcuffs.
And to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Why would that be important to you, that there was a unique number or serial number on those handcuffs? Could they have traced where the handcuffs had come from?
They might have been able to do that.
I mean, and would you agree with me that things that have a serial number or a number usually are for a later date to try to find out either origin or where they might have been through the recordings of that number?
Yes, sir.
And is that why you testified, is that this was a unique set of handcuffs because of the serial number and the model?
Yes, sir.
I want to move on to the sexual assault kit that you did, okay?
Yes, sir.
Swabs. How did you go about doing that? In the sense of you took a swab out, did you start from the inside or the edge? Or did you go all the way inside and work out?
Oh, yeah, you insert into the cavity that you're examining and then expose the swab to the entire circumference of the cavity
Okay.
and gather your collection that way.
Do you work, is it just inside or when you insert it inside, do you start swabbing it and pulling it out, swabbing it to collect all the evidence in there?
Well, I make a circumferential around the edge of the inside of the cavity, and then the swab is removed.
Okay, so it's just on the edge, the inside of the edge that you swabbed.
Well, it's a little deeper than just the edge. You know, that edge that you're looking at in the picture is called the anal verge, and it goes deeper than that and into the distal or distant end of the rectum as well. So
And did you do the same thing on the vaginal cavity?
yes, I did.
And did you do the whole area? When you swabbed, you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And you packaged those to send them off for examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Blood. Why did you take blood and put it in the sexual assault kit?
Okay, the blood is used to do typing, obtain DNA, and I think that's about the extent of what they need. Is they need the blood type and then the genetic pattern. So you have one tube for typing, that's the yellow tube, and one tube for extraction of DNA from white cell nuclei, and that'll be the purple stopper tube.
You also took a couple other tubes, red, gray. Was that for toxicology?
Yeah, I did those, and those are separate collections.
Right. And did you take those to get analyzed for toxicology?
They were sent off for toxicology.
Did you get a report back?
I don't have a report.
Do you know if there was ever sent off to be examined? Of what might have been in her system at the time, whether or not she was drugged, whether or not she had taken anything to try to determine something that might have been useful.
And so no, I would need to have a toxicology report. And
You do not have one, do you, doctor?
I do not have one.
But you did take the samples to send off if they wanted to do it.
Yes, sir. The choice to send the stuff off should be mine. And it says in my report that they were submitted for toxicological screening studies.
Bear with me, doctor. I only have a couple more minutes, okay?
That's okay.
You took the shirt, you took the towel, and that was to be, I guess you gave it to law enforcement for any testing that they might have wanted to do.
That's correct.
And that was up to them to do whatever they needed to do with those items, once you collected it, during your autopsy, correct?
Yes, sir. Trace evidence is at the discretion of the police department who were transferred the materials.
I want to finally talk about the last questions or topics that you discussed with the district attorney. And that has to do with the swabs and the semen in the anal and vaginal area. You said that if semen was detected in the anal area or the anus, that it would show that there was sodomy or sodomized. Remember testifying to that?
I do.
Are you telling the court that anytime that someone has anal sex, they're being sexually assaulted?
I don't think I can say that.
No, you can't, can you? Just
Hold on,
because,
hold
I'm
on.
sorry, I struck that.
Is that a question or
It
a final
wasn't.
argument?
Don't know what it was,
Statements of
Judge.
attorneys do not constitute testimony. I think we talked about that. It's not the questions or the statements, it's the answers that are made under oath. The attorneys are not under oath. And they're important because of the question and answer method we use in the United States in trials. So the answer is based upon the circumstances of the question to help the jury understand that the answer, because it's not the question that's evidence, nor a statement that's made. And the attorneys they made opening statements, they'll make final arguments, and none of that is evidence. It's to help you understand the theory of the case. But again, it's the testimony of the witnesses under oath and exhibits that are admitted into evidence, which constitute the evidence for you to consider. And that's why, and all the attorneys do it. And I'm kind of like the referee in a basketball game sometimes. And there was a statement that was made that didn't have anything to do with the question. And please disregard any statements that are made in that manner. But of course, opening statements and final arguments are very important, as well as the question, in giving you the understanding of the theory of the case of each side, and also the context of where the answer is coming from and why the answer is made. Thank you. Proceed.
Please, court. Doctor, my last question was, and I think I heard you, but I'm not sure. You're not saying just because there's semen either in the anal or the vagina area that it was an attack or a crime. It could be there because they had sex, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, you talked about the size of the anus in reference to the pictures that we saw in one of the photographs. I don't know what picture it was, and you talked about its size and its opening, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said that that could be naturally caused, being open like that. Didn't you testify to that?
I was saying it's possible that that's just a reflection of the relaxation of the musculature that occurs after death. But if there is semen that is present and collected from that opening, then that would represent evidence of sodomy.
Right. Someone having sex anally.
Correct.
So you possibly then look at other things in reference to your exam to see whether or not it was forcibly done or consensually done, right?
The fact that she was handcuffed and dead pretty much rules out consensual.
Well, you said there was a struggle. You said there was a lot of bruising, right?
Yes, sir.
And the handcuffs, you don't know when the handcuffs were put on. Was it before or after, right? You have no way of telling.
I'm sorry, before or after?
After death, I'm sorry. Before or after death, you don't know when they were placed on her wrist.
I do not.
Okay. But in your report, when you examined those areas, did you not, when you examined the vagina, and I'm on page 5, third paragraph, last 2 lines. In reference to the vagina area revealed, no evidence of trauma is identified.
That's correct.
Then you went on to the rectal. Rectal, is that another name for anus?
It is.
And you said intact, exhibiting prominent congestion and no evidence of trauma.
Yes,
So there was no tearing, no bruising, because you were real good on the front and the rest of the body of noting all the bruises. 36 of them, correct?
yes, sir.
But around there, there's no bruising, no tearing, is there?
That's correct.
No sign of trauma around there because you noted, no trauma noted. And
That
both-
is correct. That is correct. It's an important observation.
Well, that's through your examination, right?
What about my examination?
Yeah, that's your report. You reported that from your exam.
Yes. Yes.
Doctor, did you understand all my questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them to the best of your ability?
I did.
And is there anything you want to change or modify that said, oh, maybe I misspoke or I didn't quite understand it?
I don't think so.
Thank you for your time, doctor. I appreciate it. Pass the witness subject to recall.
Thank you, Counselor.
Doctor, just to clarify a couple of issues, the swabs. Each time you did a swab, you inserted it into the cavity. In other words, into the vagina. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You'd swab it around inside the vagina. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You would take that swab out of the vagina. You're not swabbing just the area, you're swabbing the inside of the vagina. Is that correct?
All the way around, 360 degrees around.
Inside.
It's a two structure
Is it inside the vagina?
inside the vagina.
Okay, then you take it out. What do you do with that swab whenever you take it out?
You put it in the box.
Put it in the box separately from everything else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you start the next swab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The next swab would come through you did the anal swab that was inside the anal area. Is that correct? Inside the anus.
Yes, in exactly the same manner.
And you would
Tubular structure, 360 degrees, all the way around the surface of the inside.
take it out and put it in the box. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And you did that for each swab that you did on Mary Catherine Edwards. Is that correct?
I did.
All right. Now, as far as the asphyxiation, you noted the bruising around the upper leg area, the pelvic area. Is that correct? The upper thigh area.
Yes, I did.
And that is consistent with her being bent over the edge of a bathtub. Is that correct?
In my opinion, yes, it is.
Okay. And with her being bent over, you noted that she was not a very large person. She was kind of small and petite. Is that correct?
Yes.
And after a struggle with someone who's got her cuffed, is it possible that she became tired?
Yes.
And being bent over that bathtub, there would not be any bruising if she was just being mashed up against the wall of that broad tub underneath where she's slumping over the tub. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And being tired, she would have trouble breathing, wouldn't she?
I think so.
Well,
The pressure from being bent over the bathtub can be transmitted into the abdomen and pushed up against the diaphragm as well.
okay.
And the diaphragm, of course, is necessary for breathing.
Yes, sir. And as far as sexual assault, when you look at the entire circumstances, not just whether there was damage to or any type of injury to the vaginal area or the anal area, when you look at the total circumstances of the handcuffs, the circumstances of her being bent over a bathtub, the circumstances of all the bruises on her body, and the circumstances of her death, does it appear to you that she was sexually assaulted?
Yes, it does.
Is that consistent with sexual assault if there was semen found in both cavities?
Yes.
Does a vaginal area, what is the vaginal area designed for? Is it designed for several things?
Well, yes. Okay.
Is one of them sex?
One of them is sex. Yes.
In order to have intercourse, you have to have something inserted into the vagina. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
It's made to accept penis during sex. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Does not necessarily ever cause any kind of bruising or damage when that occurs. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, so is it unusual in a sexual assault, in your opinion and in your experience, that there would be no injury to the vaginal area in a sexual assault?
No, that's not unusual. It's probably a usual finding.
Okay. Now the anal area, you mentioned that, in your opinion, if there was semen in there, that opening of it would be because of a sexual assault. Is that correct?
I think so. Yes.
And now, if there was no semen in there, you might differ your opinion a little bit, but you would say that there, in your opinion, if there was semen, that would be consistent with it.
Yeah. If semen's present, yes, that would be consistent with the sodomization.
Okay. And the struggle of using fingernails, you mentioned the fact that she was bound with her hands behind her back with handcuffs. Is that correct?
It is.
And is it your opinion that because she had those hands bound behind her back, there was no way for her to flail and scratch and defend herself?
Well, at the time that her hands are bound behind her back, yes.
Correct. Okay. But at that time, with those behind her, she could not defend herself that way.
No.
Okay. And last but not least, you're still, even after talking to the defense attorney, you're still of the opinion that the evidence is consistent with asphyxiation. Is that correct?
Yes, I think so. I'd like to just say that that's the type of asphyxiation is what's called entrapment asphyxiation, so that you cannot use your muscles to breathe and exchange air. This sort of thing happens in a lot of different circumstances. I had a young man that was trapped in a silo.
Yes, sir. You mentioned that earlier, sir.
Okay, so I don't want to be repetitive, but these sorts of things occur with folks who are in a stampede at a soccer match in Europe, and people are pressed up against a restraining fence and they can't breathe and
Yes.
they die.
Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Cross-examination. All right. Your record shall show that the jury is seated in the courtroom. All parties are present. We are ready to proceed, and the state may call your next witness.
Call Boyd Lamb.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. How are you doing, Officer Lamb?
I'm doing just fine.
How long has it been since you retired?
About 24 years.
do me a favor and tell us tell us your name and where you used to work.
My name is Boyd L. Lamb, Senior. Used to work at Beaumont Police Department.
And when you worked in Beaumont Police Department, did you work there your whole career?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Till I retired.
Okay, and that was in early 2000s?
2003.
Okay. And when you worked at Beaumont Police Department, what departments did you work over the years that you were there?
Started out in patrol, went into ID Bureau and got out of ID and went back to patrol and now retired.
So patrol and ID Bureau, those are a little bit different, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
When you're working in the ID Bureau, what's kind of the main function or some of the main functions of what your role is in responding to calls and then assisting investigators?
Yes, sir. I believe it's a more common term nowadays, the CSI. When we received calls, we went and processed the crime scenes and we photographed, fingerprinted, collected evidence.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you and some other ID technicians at BPD respond to a particular location at 1005 Park Meadow on January 14th, 1995?
Yes, sir, we did.
You were working in the ID division at that time?
Yes, sir.
Who was the sergeant of the ID division on that January 14th, 1995?
So Sergeant Tatum.
And that was Bill Tatum?
Bill Tatum, yes.
Has he since passed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There were some other ID technicians at the scene with you?
Yes, I take Williams and also technician Sarah Moon.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about well, first of all, do you have a copy of your report?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Would it help you to be able to refer to that during your testimony to refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So specifically, what time did you go to the scene at 1005 Park Meadow on January 14th, 1995?
Okay, approximately 14:30 hours. I was at home at my residence when I was called technician Williams, and she advised me that my assistance would be needed at the 1005 Park Meadow in reference to a possible homicide.
Okay. Now, when you get called to the scene, it's for purposes of helping process that scene. What was your process as far as what you did when you first arrived and kind of how you approached, getting the lay of the land?
Okay, when I arrived, I talked to technician Sarah Moon. She showed me the scene. She also advised me that all the photographs and videotaping had taken place already. So we began to process the scene for fingerprint and collect evidence.
Okay, so and Sarah Moon testified yesterday, and we were able to see some of the photos that she took and also the video that she recorded of the crime scene. You're saying you arrived after that had already taken place?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, he tendered. Yeah.
I think trying to locate an exhibit that I know is in evidence, Judge. One, two. What? Oh. Thank you. Okay. We located exhibits 2 and 3, which have been admitted into evidence. Okay, so Boyd, you helped process the scene. What did that entail as far as after ID Tech Moon had already taken that video and done the photographs of the scene and Catherine Edwards' body and all of those things?
Okay, well, once we finished processing the and several items of evidence was selected, and we and the body was already removed from the scene. At that point in time, I was advised to be en route to the morgue in reference to take photographs and collect evidence off the victim.
Okay, so there was clothing and things like that on Catherine Edwards' body that was en route to the morgue.
Yes, sir.
And they asked you to go and assist with the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Did you? The jury saw photographs from that autopsy earlier this morning. Did you take those photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And do you recall who the pathologist was that was doing the autopsy?
I believe his name was Harvey, or let's see. Yes, sir. Dr. Harvey.
Okay, Dr. Charles Harvey.
I'm not sure what his first name was.
Okay. There were a number of items that you helped collect at the original scene at 1005 Park Meadow before you went there, right?
Yes, sir.
Was one of those items a comforter that was on Catherine Edwards' bed in her master bedroom?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Officer Lamb, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 81 and 82. I don't know why I will show you if I do this correctly. State's Exhibit 81, does this appear to be one of the, a photograph of the master bedroom at 1005 Park Meadow?
Yes, sir.
And is that the comforter that we're looking at on top of that bed right there that you collected?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And State's 82, is that the same thing, just from a different angle?
Yes, sir.
It's got like a little bit of a floral pattern to it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. I believe it's white on the backside.
I'll show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 45. Just kind of turn here. This appears to be the comforter that you collected, the contents of State's Exhibit 45.
Yes, it would.
We'll talk about what you did and where you took these things later, but I want to get through some of the other items that you collected, okay?
Yes, sir.
What about were the other main items that you were tasked with collecting as far as physical items of evidence taken from the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you go to the autopsy and you're basically photographing as instructed by Dr. Harvey.
Yes, sir.
He would tell you what he wanted to photograph and you would take it.
Yes, sir.
And then did you watch Dr. Harvey perform the autopsy from start to finish?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you watch Dr. Harvey collect evidence during that autopsy?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you watch Dr. Harvey take oral, vaginal, and anal swabs of Catherine Edwards' body during that autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Did you watch Dr. Harvey take those swabs and put them into boxes, secure them into evidence, and hand them, and then put them into the SANE kit?
Yes, sir.
So when you received that SANE kit, was it in sealed condition?
Yes, sir, he sealed it in front of me.
And then where did you take it after that?
I took it to submit it to evidence, so it could be submitted to the lab.
Okay, so you, and is it fair to say you took the SANE kit along with the other items at the same time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if the SANE kit was submitted to you in sealed condition, did you open it at anyone?
No, sir.
If it was submitted to you in sealed condition and you didn't open it, would your initials be on the outer, on this, the exterior of this box in any way?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Would you have only initialed it if you had opened it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but what you took from Dr. Harvey and took to the station was a sealed sexual assault kit?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, is there not?
That's normally what happens, yes.
And I'm gonna show you what we've got marked here as State's Exhibit 32.
It's got Sergeant Tatum's initials on the box.
You see Bill Tatum's initials
Yes, sir.
sometime after the fact.
Yes, sir.
You also see over towards the front, kind of where the box opens, a black marker writing with a date.
Yes, sir.
What date is that?
It's 9/14/95.
Take a little bit closer to the point. Is that a 1 or a 9?
14/95, I can't tell. It may be a 1.
Does that 0 kind of have a little bit of a gap between itself and the 1 being 01?
Yeah. Yeah, it's 1/14/95.
Okay. And is that the date that you went and observed Dr. Harvey perform the autopsy on Catherine Edwards' body?
Yes, sir.
Would that potentially be the seal that Dr. Harvey wrote when he handed you the SANE kit?
Yes, sir.
The SANE kit that you received, did it look like the box that is marked as State's Exhibit 32?
Yes, sir.
And if you look inside, you see, you hold this up to the light, and you see a name on this slide at the very bottom?
Yes, sir. It says Dr. Harvey.
Okay. Does it appear to you that State's Exhibit 32 is the same kit that you took possession of after the autopsy of Catherine?
Yes, sir, it does.
So, Officer Lamb, you take possession of the SANE kit. There's some other things that you take possession of from that autopsy as well, right?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay. Let me show you what has been admitted as. You know what? I'll do it over here since we got this. Officer Lamb, if you see closer, there's a TV right behind you as well, but I'll try and zoom in as best I can. All right. So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 2. This is the front and back sheet. Do you recognize this form, Officer Lamb?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this, is this the submission January 14th, 1995 for the autopsy of Mary Catherine Edwards?
Yes, sir.
She went by Catherine.
Yes, sir.
Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's what I understood. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the ward ID number is, what is that?
95-011.
Okay. So were there two different forms like this, chain of custody forms that you received when you took possession of the evidence from the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
What is this form supposed to signify?
Supposed to signify what's in that, what's in sexual assault kits.
What we were referring to as Exhibit 32, that box.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it supposed to also, if I look on the back of State's Exhibit 2, what is this supposed to signify?
That is chain of custody.
Okay, so what are we looking at right here? It's got an exhibit number 1 through 13, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it gives the date.
Yes, sir.
And is that Dr. Harvey's signature as the person releasing this evidence?
Yes, sir.
And who's the one that's receiving this evidence?
That's my signature.
Okay. So on Exhibit 2, we have 13 items listed, right?
That's correct.
And you observed Dr. Harvey put all 13 of these items in that same kit, Exhibit 32, and seal it.
Yes, sir.
And then he handed it to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Exhibit 3, is this the other chain of custody form that we were just talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that is this a chain of custody for evidence from that same autopsy that we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
But is this different evidence? What is this?
It's the evidence that was recovered off the body.
Okay. So looking at State's Exhibit 3, there is up here reference to one bag, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And containing each one of these exhibits.
Yes, sir.
And so on this first page of Exhibit 3, we have 13 items, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But it also says continued over here at the far right, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
So if we flip over, we go to that same bag all the way down to how many items?
16.
Okay. Were those considered to be trace items that Dr. Harvey pulled either off Catherine Edwards' clothing or a body or hair that he pulled from during that autopsy?
Yes, sir.
So what about these other 3 items, 17, 18, and 19? What are those?
Those are items that I picked up and sealed up.
Okay. Now, you drew a little, or somebody drew a little line here. Is that because those items were separated from that bag with those original 16 trace items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The entry on the second page of State's Exhibit 3 for item 17, Smith & Wesson handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
It has a serial number associated with that.
Yes, sir.
What's that serial number? On this exhibit, what's the serial number?
C27407.
And did you note the collection of those handcuffs in your report?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the serial number that you noted in your report when you collected those?
C27407.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 36. This is a packaging with its contents. It's got a little tag on it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
What's that tag say?
It says the incident number, which is 95-1246, and that's my name.
Okay, so is that what you stapled to that bag, that clear plastic bag, when you put these handcuffs, took possession of them and put them into evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you could. Are you able to, I'll tell you what, I'll do it over here. These handcuffs, the contents of State's Exhibit 36. Are you able to discern a serial number on those handcuffs?
Yes, sir, it's C27-407.
Okay, so you're very confident, or are you very confident that these are the handcuffs that you took, or that Dr. Harvey removed from Catherine Edwards' body and you took possession of at the autopsy?
That's correct.
Handcuffs have serial numbers when they're, real handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
What do those serial numbers signify?
It's just an identifying mark, or identify each pair of handcuffs.
Meaning that if the manufacturer ever needed to be able to identify how many handcuffs and where they were, or who they were originally sold to, they would have potentially some record of that.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Did you, or were you asked to look into whether or not there was any evidence on these handcuffs after you took possession of them from the autopsy?
Yes, sir, I brought them back to the station and processed them for prints.
Okay. And what do you recall any findings on the handcuffs?
It was a negative result.
Okay, so there were no fingerprints on these handcuffs.
No, sir.
Are handcuffs a very good surface if they've been touched by a lot of hands, or if?
I would say a medium surface.
Okay.
I mean, it's not real smooth and it's not real rough either. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's tough
And
to get latent prints off of them.
And if there were, say, a struggle where there was, potentially hands touching the area where those handcuffs were, multiple different locations, times, that might smudge and make it difficult to have any prints?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also take possession of a towel and the t-shirt that Catherine Edwards was wearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And those are items 17, or are those items 18 and 19 on this State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these have already been admitted into evidence, but I just want to make sure that you recognize these as the towel and t-shirt that you took possession of. Looking at State's Exhibit 37. That appear to be their nightshirt that you took from the autopsy of Catherine Edwards?
Yes, it is.
And looking at State's Exhibit 38. Does that appear to be the blue and black striped towel that you took possession of at the autopsy of Catherine Edwards?
Yes, it is.
Now, Officer Lamb, as far as all this evidence, you now have it, the autopsy and the comforter, and you're going back to the station to log this into property, right?
Yes, sir.
Is that the typical procedure for how you would log evidence to make a record of what was checked in?
Yes, sir.
However, was there a special request from your ID Sergeant, Bill Taylor?
Yes.
Did he want you to hold on to 3 specific items of evidence for immediate testing?
Yes, sir. And also for further investigation.
Okay. And was one of those items the item 17, the handcuffs that you searched for fingerprints on?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, so you did not immediately log those into property when you took those back to the station. You took them to ID.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And show you what I marked as State's Exhibit 105. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that right there, Officer Van?
That's my submittal form for the pair of handcuffs.
Okay, does it have the same serial number as the other
Yes, sir.
recordings of it? When did you ultimately And let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 107 as well. Is that another submittal form that you completed?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate when you ultimately submitted these handcuffs and turned them into property because you were done with your testing?
Yes, sir.
What date is that?
1/26/95.
Okay, so you took possession of them on the 14th of 95, January 14th,
Yes, sir.
and then did your testing at the station,
Yes, sir.
and then they went into evidence.
Yes, sir.
And you found no fingerprints on these handcuffs that you could discern.
No, sir, I didn't.
Now, what about the other items, the trace items from the autopsy? Did you turn those and log those into property immediately on going to the station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that reflected in State's Exhibit 107 here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those items, you were not asked to do any additional testing with those items, were you?
No, sir.
Those kind of items aren't really in your specialty of what you were able to test.
No, sir. All those items reflected for the crime lab.
Okay. However, did Sergeant Tatum ask you to hold two specific items for him to take possession of?
Yes, sir.
And would those two items be item 18 up here on State's Exhibit 3 and item 19 up here on State's Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with that's the towel and the t-shirt.
Yes, sir.
Did Sergeant Tatum also ask you to hold the sexual assault kit, the box, for him to take possession?
No, sir.
He told you to do something with it, didn't he?
Yeah, you submit it to ID, not ID, to property, and where it's locked up, and then from there, he would check it out of the property division.
Okay, so you did not log it into property, but you did lock it up in property.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Sergeant Tatum, did you ever learn whether or not he picked it up?
No, sir.
Okay, so you don't know anything about that.
No, sir. Once I turned it in, I knew it was in a secure location, and my job was done.
Okay, but are you confident that what I've got this box here, State's Exhibit 32, that this looks like the same sexual assault kit that you took possession of and the one that you logged into or locked up in property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as the items 17 or items 18 and 19 here, the towel and the shirt, did you personally hand those to Sergeant Tatum, or what do you recall about that?
No, sir. They were submitted for property, so they'd be secure.
Okay, so they were locked up as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, are there lockers at property where you can lock up evidence?
Yes.
And someone from property maintains that key until?
Yes, sir.
And let me get my question out too, that someone maintains that key so that they, whoever is supposed to come pick it up, the person at property gives them the key.
Yes, sir. It's checked out. And it stays in a secured area until they sign for it.
Okay. And as far as what happened with these items of evidence after you secured them, do you have any knowledge about that?
No, sir.
How much longer after this scene in January of 1995 did you work in ID division?
I got out in 1998.
Did you want to go back to patrol at some point in your career?
Yes, sir.
ID is kind of a grind, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you have to work some pretty troublesome scenes.
Yes, sir.
So later down the road, if there's any handling of these items by BPD or ID or anyone, you eventually didn't even work in that department anymore.
Correct.
Officer Lamb, if we could, I think this is really the last thing I need to ask you about. Your processing of the scene at 10:05 Park Meadow.
Yes, sir.
Did you go through that scene with ID Tech Moon and ID Tech Williams and look for locations where you could potentially pull any kind of latent fingerprints?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? What you remember or what your report indicates you looked at specifically?
Can I redirect it to my report?
Yes, but as long as that is refreshing your memory of what you did. And I believe, just for clarification, I think I'm looking at the first page of your report, if that helps at all. Okay, just making sure.
Yes, sir. I processed the top left bedpost rail, the front right of the bed rail facing down, and a bedroom door entering into the bathroom, right side, straight across from the doorknob on the right side of the door frame.
And you did you lift any or find any latent fingerprints on those surfaces?
Also, I processed latents were lifted off of a hand side bedpost in the north upstairs bedroom, and no other latents were lifted.
Okay, and were there latents that were lifted from those surfaces that you just described?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, did you ever have anybody to compare them to?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. They asked for comparisons of a lot of people, but it came out negative.
Okay, did you also, or I guess, were you able to, before the conclusion of Catherine's autopsy, look to see if they were potentially her fingerprints?
No, sir.
Is that conceivable that she might have fingerprints in her own home?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that when you're processing a scene you've seen before where it's a fingerprint, but it's the person who lives there?
Yes, sir.
That being said, of the folks that they did ask you to compare to, you never found any match.
No.
Were you ever asked anything about an individual by the name of Clayton Foreman?
No, sir.
Do you know this man right here?
No, sir. I sure don't.
Okay. Thank you, officer. Mr. Burbank may have some questions, but I appreciate your time.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How have you been?
Wow.
How's retirement?
Oh, it was good up till a couple of days ago.
Let me see how enjoyable I finish this off for you. How's that? Officer, I got some questions for you, as you well know. You were sent to the location, and as the state just finished up talking to you about, you pulled off latent prints around the bedroom, which I believe would be state's exhibit. I'm just going to show you state's exhibit 82. Okay. Okay. Looks familiar, right?
Yes, sir.
And you did pick off latent prints, or you did recover latent prints that were usable for comparison in a number of areas. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One of the questions though was asked was whether or not you compared Miss Edwards' fingerprints. That would almost be a given to make sure that you're not looking at the victim, especially in light of other people that you would have to compare to. Why waste your time, right?
Well, normally the victim's prints are compared to any license that are lifted out of the residence.
Right, that's normal course. So when they asked whether or not, oh, wouldn't it been nice or wouldn't it could have been Miss Edwards' prints, you already ruled her out just by normal course of doing business. Right?
I don't recall.
Right, you don't recall, it's been 30 years, I agree. But that was normal course and protocol of, they took her fingerprints, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Right, and then you did whatever you needed to do, to compare them to whatever you got at the scene. Right?
Yes, sir.
How many other people did you compare roughly? Other fingerprints, people that you thought were subjects?
I don't recall.
More than one?
I don't
Well,
remember.
you said people, so there had to be more than one.
I have no idea how many suspects they had.
You don't know how many times you had to take the fingerprints out?
No, sir.
Okay. More than 5? Couldn't tell,
Don't know.
but they had a lot of suspects in there.
I guess they did, yes, sir.
Okay. One of the questions too, as I have state's exhibit number 82 up. Something was said prior, I think it was yesterday sometime in reference to this. There's a cap missing. See the cap on the other side?
Yes, sir.
And there was testimony that this was part of the struggle possibly. Did you ever find the cap?
No, sir.
Not that you can recall, it's not in your report, right?
No, sir.
And you went through that room with latent prints and recovering the bed covers and stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you never saw that, or there's nothing in your report that says you got that?
No, sir.
Okay. Handcuffs. Questions were said or asked of you that, well, because so many people had used it, they had surfaced, things like that, probably possibility there would be no prints. Remember the questions?
That's a good possibility. Yes, sir.
Right. And you said there possibly could be, the surface was average.
Yes.
But one thing that couldn't be wiped away or gone is the serial number. Right?
Correct.
And through the questioning of the state to you is the serial number was put on by the manufacturer, right?
Yes, sir.
So that in a future date, they could probably go back and find out where they came from. Remember that question asked to you?
Yes, sir. That's
Hey.
possible.
And you agreed.
Yes, sir.
They were Smith and Wesson, a well-known company, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you ever asked to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any investigator through your personal knowledge was asked, whatever, tried to find out what agency or what part, country, city, whatever, might those handcuffs have been sold to?
I wasn't privy to that information.
Okay, but my question is, you don't know of anybody trying to do that?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, good to know. Once you took your fingerprints, I know that you saved them, probably in the evidence room, right?
Yes, sir.
You have known now, once you left, 98, you don't know if anybody took them out to try to process them again or compare them to anything else?
No, sir, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay. In reference to, and we talked at length about the evidence logs, the chain of custody. And these are, and I'm looking at stage 3, which were 16 items. How about that? Up to there. And stage 2, which was, I guess, the sexual assault kit. But going back to stage 3, do you know what they did with those hair fibers and other things from 1 to 16? Do you know if they were sent off anywhere to be processed?
No, sir,
You just collected them and brought them?
that's correct.
Was hair used back then in 95? I was told that at 95 DNA was just starting out, being prevalent, relative, being used. Was hair used to try to identify people, or at least that type of person or some type of category?
All that stuff was collected for possible future identification.
Yeah, and my question though is, officer, was that kind of the way you started, like whittling down people or suspects, is comparing hair and other trace evidence?
No,
then?
sir, that would be submitted to the lab.
Yeah. But through your knowledge, I understand that there'd be a lot, but is that how they used to do, trying to identify people?
Yes, sir.
One of the ways, right? Blood types were another type, fingerprints.
You'd have to talk to the lab technician.
Okay, you just collected it.
That's it.
Okay. The other thing that I noticed I want to talk to you about is you also, and I put back on State's Exhibit 82. Okay. You also took into custody, did you not, or as evidence? Okay. One blue and white fitted bed sheet.
Yes, yes, sir.
And was that from that bed right there?
Yes, sir.
And a blue and white pop sheet. Was that from that bed right there?
Yes, sir.
A blue and white, and I guess the blue and white comforter is step 45. Down the box. You looked at it, right?
Yes.
The comforter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And two pillowcases. Right? I approach the witness judge, let's see if we look at this report. Also.
Oh, okay. Yes, sir.
And you also took two pillowcases, right?
Yes, sir.
It looks like it was being used. I mean, it's kind of propped up, kind of being used by whoever was laying in the bed. Doesn't it look like that to you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's not, the bed's not made up or anything. Whatever happened to those items for testing?
I have no idea.
Do you know if anyone took them out of the evidence locker to have them tested at all?
No, sir, I don't.
But you collected them because there possibly could have been some type of evidence or something to help you in your investigation.
Yes, sir.
And that was no normal protocol.
Yes.
Okay. You made note when you got on the scene, you had a conversation with another investigator who was either Moon or Williams. And they asked, there was a notation of whether or not there was any forced entry into the house. Did you look at the ports of entry in the house?
Yes, sir.
I think one was a garage door, and then there was a back door into the garage, the patio door, but I think the patio was enclosed, wasn't it? That you couldn't get in? Except for the garage.
Don't remember.
But point being is that there were no signs of forced entry at all.
No, sir, no.
And in fact, you made note that from what your investigation was that it was all locked up
Yes,
at the time that the parents came in and discovered their daughter.
correct.
Do you know if anyone tried to dust around the points of entry to try to either get any latents or any type of evidence from them?
No,
You know
sir.
that? Okay. Was any, if it wasn't a forced entry, any keys, anything that would, how possibly someone could possibly get in that residence
No, sir.
that you know of? Okay. You didn't collect any of that?
No, sir.
Okay. That wasn't bad, was it?
Not too bad.
Subject to recall, Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Officer Lamb, I want to ask you about one picture here. Looking at States Exhibit 81. You see over here on the left side of that bed where the fitted sheet and all the bedding is pulled up off the mattress?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe when you saw this scene in this master bedroom that there was signs, evidence of a struggle of some kind?
Yes, sir.
Is that why you collected the comforter?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, what would be the purpose to have collected the comforter if you didn't think that?
There's evidence collection. A possibility may come up later on for, to be, examined by a lab.
And is that because you believed or that there was a belief of those that were at that scene that there was some form of struggle in that room?
Yes, sir.
Well, Mr. Lamb, and that's the reason why you got the pillowcase, the top sheet, the bottom sheet, because you did think there was a struggle in there, possibly, right?
Yes, sir.
So you took it all,
Yes, sir.
but you don't know what was tested or what wasn't tested.
No, sir, I don't.
And if the comforter was only tested from the bed, so be it. You had nothing to do with it.
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
Can this man be excused?
Please.
You are excused, sir. Thank you.
Office for a number of years.
Yeah, 10 years.
Okay. And then after that, you were our sheriff for a while, weren't you?
Was elected sheriff.
Okay. Well, I'm asking about some of the things that you did back when you were the chief investigator at the district attorney's office. You remember a case that was investigated involving a homicide of Catherine Edwards?
Absolutely.
Did you do you remember working with Bill Tatum at BPD ID on that case for a while? Did you do anything at the scene initially, or was everything or your involvement start later after that?
I was present at the scene, not an issue. Back at that time, it was very common practice. The investigators worked very closely with all the law enforcement agencies in our county. It was not uncommon on a major crime for them to notify us and we would respond as well.
Okay, so this was what was occurring as far as you working with the Beaumont Police Department. That was very common practice for, homicides and other very serious cases.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And so after investigators went in and started to process these scenes, did you and Sergeant Tatum start to look into options for submitting evidence for DNA comparisons?
Yes, say options, the use of DNA in law enforcement at that time was a fairly new tool. And so absolutely, the collection of evidence that might possibly contain DNA was a primary concern.
Was this one of the earlier cases that you remember where DNA was a big focus of the case?
Yes.
And you mentioned that I said options earlier. Is that because when you and Sergeant Tatum started looking into, what path you could take as far as labs that could help with this, there were not very many?
No, there were not. If I would say it was in its infancy back at that time. It was, it was used in other places, but it was not real common for us in this area at that time. Where there had been other cases, and it was a very impressive tool to be utilized in criminal investigation.
And because of the nature of this particular homicide, where it was believed that she was sexually assaulted during the commission of the murder, was that something that you and Sergeant Tatum and other investigators were focused on heavily as far as potential DNA evidence?
Yes, absolutely.
So in that vein, did you and Sergeant Tatum have some evidence that you specifically pulled to go and take to a lab somewhere?
Our concern at that time was any evidence that was present at the scene that possibility existed that there might be DNA retrieved or extracted from that evidence. Not only that, but hair samples, things of that nature. It was very routine to try to collect and preserve that evidence.
Okay. And so, do you recall sometime a few days shortly after the homicide on January 14th, 1995, you and Sergeant Tatum taking some of these items of evidence that had been collected and going somewhere with them?
Sergeant Tatum and I took the bed linens that were obtained at the scene, article of clothing from the victim's body, and a rape evidence kit that was collected at the time of the autopsy. The decision was made to take some of that evidence to the FBI crime lab and as well to the Cellmark DNA for DNA analysis, Cellmark's lab.
Cellmark is still a private lab?
Yes, it is a private lab.
Go ahead.
The benefit that Cellmark offered to us was their turnaround time on the analysis of any DNA evidence was quicker than the FBI lab. But it was a commercial operating business, so you have to pay for that analysis. But so that's one reason evidence was taken to both places.
Okay. So is it fair to say that what you and Sergeant Tatum ultimately ended up doing was taking things that were going to be looked at for trace evidence to the FBI and things that were going to be looked at for potential DNA comparisons to a private lab by the name of Cellmark?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recall on January 24th, 1995, flying up to go take these items in person?
Yes.
Did you and Sergeant Tatum, where did y'all get the items of evidence that y'all were going to take?
They were, Beaumont Police Department was retaining the physical evidence that was collected. Sergeant Tatum got the evidence, and we had, as I said, some bed linens, clothing, and some the rape kit that contained some blood evidence and stuff, and we hand carried those items to Germantown, Maryland, to Cellmark, and the linens and I believe the shirt to the FBI lab.
Okay. Now, before we get on that fly, let me ask you this. Did you and Sergeant Tatum also have a particular potential suspect that you wanted to take a sample from for purposes of comparison?
Yes,
Was that something that was one of the earliest people that were looked at as far as potential killer for Catherine?
yes.
Who was that?
His last name was Cary.
Okay. What?
David Cary. He was one of Catherine Edwards' boyfriend at that time.
They had some sort of on and off relationship over a number of years.
Yes,
Did you and Sergeant Tatum, in order to obtain a sample from David Perry, actually go and interview and talk to him?
yes, I did.
You did? Okay.
I did. And I think I was accompanied by Investigator Pro in the DA's office.
Okay.
I had made contact with him and he agreed to meet with me, and I drove over and met him in Houston and talked with him. And my purpose for going was to try to convince him that it's to give a blood sample and hair sample.
So tell me a little bit about when you did talk with David Perry. What was your impression of him and his responsiveness to what you were asking?
My impression of him was that, one, naturally, anybody in that circumstance I think would be nervous, a little scared, for the set of circumstances that existed for him at that time. I tried to put him at ease and let him understand, to use the old analogy that I use, this law enforcement, these investigations are like housework. You do one room at a time. And right now, we're in your room, and the sooner we get your room cleaned up, we can move on to the next room. And I told him, and the surefire way to get you out of this is through this lab analysis of DNA. And he agreed. In fact, he drove over and met me at a medical facility at the jail on Highway 69 and agreed and gave his hair sample and blood sample for DNA analysis.
So he drove from Houston all the way to Nederland to give you a sample.
He did.
And then you and Sergeant Tatum, did y'all take that sample along with the other items of evidence?
That sample, the evidence was the samples received from him, the blood and hair, was transported with the other evidence that we had to take to the lab in Washington and Selma.
Okay. And just you being sheriff, working a number of, overseeing a number of investigative departments, and then also working these kinds of cases at the district attorney's office. Just help me understand when a homicide occurs and, investigators are tasked with trying to ascertain what happened and, who done it. Is it most common for people to kind of start at the nucleus, people that the victim knew?
Absolutely, that's very routine.
Okay. And when that doesn't produce results, is it typical that, there's going to be some plan to expand that search?
Absolutely, you expand your search.
Was this the homicide of Catherine Edwards in that investigation? Was that an example of where over time the search did have to expand?
Yes.
Ultimately, do you ever recall getting reports back talking or informing you that David Perry was excluded?
Yes.
I did.
Get those.
Okay, you were specifically the person, I believe. Is this true that we're supposed to monitor and receive those reports so that from Cellmark?
Well, Sergeant Tatum got reports as well as I did that were sent to both of us, and but there was a report that David Perry was excluded as being a contributor to the DNA that was found at the scene.
And did he seem, when you spoke to him, when you interviewed him, did he seem like you would expect, I suppose, for someone who found out that their longtime girlfriend had died?
It's been a long time, but there wasn't anything about him on the day that I met him in Houston and we visited and talked. There wasn't anything about him that raised any concerns that I had about him. Like I said, he was very cooperative and agreed to come over and drive over and give hair and blood samples for analysis.
Okay. So Sheriff Woods, you take all these samples to Washington, DC, so these two laboratories, correct?
Yes.
Show you. Start with marked as Exhibit 98. Is this an FBI lab submission form? And is it, who are the two on the first page there, Sheriff, that are the submitting individuals?
Sergeant Clayton and myself.
Does this record right here, States Exhibit 98, does that refresh your memory about some of the items that were submitted to the FBI crime lab in Washington?
Yes.
Okay. And I think on that second page of States Exhibit 98, is that your handwriting?
Yes, on the below the line, you see there below that line.
Yes. You recognize that as your handwriting?
Yes.
And what are the two items that you specifically handwrote in as far as on this submission form?
Showing a paper bag with the victim's nightshirt. It was appears to be Q24.
Is these Q and K numbers, are those FBI crime lab numbers that are given to them when they go through the FBI?
You know, I'm really not sure whether that is an FBI number or a Beaumont Police Department number.
Whoever is responsible for that
Yeah.
would know.
Right.
Okay.
That was item number one in a paper bag, and also a blue and black towel. This was covering the victim at the scene.
Okay.
Covering her body, and it was labeled with number Q25 on a plastic bag.
Yes. Okay. Now, on that first page of Exhibit 98, is there also a reference to a comforter in the description of items that were submitted?
Yes, Q21 is one comforter.
Okay. What about some right above that, fitted sheets and top sheets?
Q20 was a top sheet, blue and white color. Q19 was a fitted sheet, blue and white color.
And then right below where the comforter is listed is our pillowcases also.
Two pillowcases. Q22 and Q23.
Okay, so do you recall these items being submitted to the FBI in bags that you and Sergeant Clayton took up there?
They were submitted there with Sergeant Tatum and I on the ball.
Okay, and what date specifically does this record indicate you did that?
January 24th, 1995.
Is that consistent with what you remember about you and Sergeant Tatum flying up a week or so after the 14th?
Yes.
Okay. So do me a favor, John. Keep that back. Thank you, sir. You also went to a different laboratory for the DNA though, right?
Yes, to sell one.
Okay. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 99. Do you recognize this as a submission form for evidence to Cellmark Diagnostics?
Yes.
And who's the submitter?
Well, my name is on there, Jim Woods and Sergeant Taylor.
Okay, so it looks like Sergeant Tatum wrote his name, or somebody wrote Sergeant Tatum's name at the very top.
Yes.
But then at the bottom, there's this part where it refers to the custody of who took possession of what.
I'll be honest with you, I can't make out this name here.
Right. You don't, that's not anybody you know right there.
No, I don't recognize this. I recognize Sergeant Tatum's name and my name here. I'm not sure. I can't quite read that headline. It looks, I'm not sure.
Does that appear to be maybe someone from Cellmark?
Yeah,
You might not have known who that
and I'm
was.
saying that because it's released by, received by, released by, so I'm assuming that's.
Yes, sir.
So I took custody of that. I don't remember the name.
Now, as far as what was taken to Cellmark, you told us that you had evidence sample or blood sample from David Perry.
Yes,
Was that taken to Cellmark?
yes,
Okay. Do you see that reflected on State's Exhibit 99? Maybe towards the bottom there?
and zero, here it says 005,
Okay,
item zero, I'm assuming that's item 05. One purple top. See one purple top vial of blood labeled Cary, David A.
okay. And what else was it that you and Sergeant Tatum took to Cellmark for DNA comparisons?
Well, these items that are listed on here above that would have all been submitted to them at that time.
And those items right above that are those items that were contained within the sexual assault kit of Catherine Evans?
Yes, what we refer to as a rape kit, it would have been items collected at that time and placed in that.
Now, Sheriff Woods, when you and Sergeant Tatum picked up this sexual assault kit, did either one of you open it?
No.
So you took it in sealed condition from Beaumont PD, right?
That's correct, yes,
And delivered it in sealed condition to Cellmark Laboratories.
yes.
Okay. And then when did you watch as someone from Cellmark actually unsealed the sexual assault kit and then picked the items that they needed to retain?
I can't tell you that I recall watching them unseal the kit. Obviously, they did because they listed the items on the submission form, so they had to retrieve those from the rape kit, and it would have not been opened except there once it was given to them.
Would the person who unsealed that kit be able to articulate that?
Custody and possession of it.
Okay. Because you and Sergeant Tatum in y'all's transit of this sexual assault kit, y'all never opened it.
No.
So let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Now, not specifically to any case, but what does this State's Exhibit 32 appear to be?
It appears to be the standard rape kit that was utilized by Jefferson County law enforcement at that time.
Okay. And this is a homicide that occurred on January 14th, 1995. Is that your recollection?
Yes,
And if you take a look, you might need your glasses, I know I do. Right here on the original seal for this, you see a date that
It's like 114.95.
Okay. So this does appear to be a sexual assault kit or a rape kit that was sealed on January 14th, 1995.
Yes,
And we're talking about State's Exhibit 32 here. Do you also recognize that signature on it, or those initials?
that's Sergeant Tatum's initials.
Okay. Now, if neither you nor Sergeant Tatum had opened this during your trip to DC, would either one of you have put your initials on the outside of this box?
If it had been open, I mean, that would be standard practice. Whoever, someone were to open that, then protocol would be to reseal it and initial the date and time that it was opened and reseal the kit back at that time. It was not opened by either one of us. Our purpose was to transport it to the crime lab, cell mark, and to the FBI crime lab, and maintain the integrity of that evidence to see that it stayed in our possession and no one tampered with it.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So is that why your initials and Sergeant Tatum's initials, as far as January 24th, 1995, aren't found on the exterior of this box,
Right.
State's Exhibit 32?
Correct.
And when I asked you about Sergeant Tatum's initials earlier, that's a date later down in 1997, isn't it?
It appears, yes.
Okay, so at some point, Sergeant Tatum handled this box later down the road.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32, does this appear to be the sexual assault kit that you and Sergeant Tatum took to Cellmark Laboratories on January 24th, 1995?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you continued to assist in this case in various ways over the years. Is that a fair statement?
First thing,
Y'all worked a lot on it, didn't you?
there was a lot of work put into this case, and no question about it. And it's been open for a long time.
People really wanted to find the killer back in 1995, didn't they?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, how you been?
Good.
Good to see you again, Cary.
You as well.
State's Exhibit 32. You testified, Sheriff, that if you didn't open the box, your initials wouldn't have been on it. I'm testifying to that just now.
That if I didn't open the box.
Right, your initials wouldn't have been on it. There was no need to put your initials on it because you didn't
Right.
open it, right? But Sergeant Tatum's initials, when I approached him, was put on the side here, and it was at a later date. Correct, and you don't have to, but it was like, was it 97 or
95?
Question is, were you there when he opened the box? Because if he has his initials, he's probably opened it up. Were you there when he opened it?
No. No.
Do you have any?
I was present in Selmar.
Selmar.
But I wasn't present in 97.
And point being is, do you know why or what he did when he opened up this box?
In 1997?
Right.
Yeah, no.
No, so you have no idea
No.
why it was opened. Okay. But if his initials were on there, he probably opened it for some reason. You don't know for sure, but
Yeah,
you,
correct.
okay. There was questions in reference to a suspect, and that was Mr. Cary. And there was testimony prior to you getting on the stand that their relationship was on and off and rocky and kind of tumultuous type thing. And you went over to talk to him, right? Because he was a suspect. Everybody was pointing fingers at him. But when you say he was cooperative, he lawyered up, didn't he? He had an attorney.
I was not present when he was, interviewed by the Beaumont Police Department.
If I showed you something that represents from one of your notes, would it help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay, may I approach Judge?
Yes.
To yourself, Sheriff, could you just, look at that?
Okay.
Is that your handwriting?
It is.
Okay. And does it have the information of, David Cary on it?
Does it have information?
Yeah, does it have his information, like the name, telephone number, address?
Yes.
Okay. And included in that was a reference to his attorney?
Let him read it.
Well, I thought he did. I don't wanna walk back in the work all the time.
Okay.
You work faster. Does it have his attorney's telephone number and name on it?
There is an attorney's name and phone number on
Right.
there, and I really don't recall whether that was his attorney or not. But
But those are your notes,
that is my.
Right. your handwriting, your notes,
Right.
his information of how to contact him and where he's at. Okay. Over the years, let me ask you this, how did you and Beaumont PD start getting or start considering suspects? What was the criteria? We've heard a lot where, you went from the obvious, like Perry, and then you started expanding. Remember talking about that it kind of expanded. How would a person become a suspect? It's specifically probably in this case.
Yeah. Any number of ways that someone could become a suspect or a person of interest in this kind of investigation, and that information is often derived by talking to people that you heard, talking to people that may have knowledge or information about relationships that she had with someone, be it friends, family, co-workers, and that's how that information is gathered.
People that she possibly had relations with.
Yes.
And over this over many years, in fact, it was still going on when you retired as sheriff, right? Well, this investigation was still going on when you retired as sheriff, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you started expanding, and I guess that's the point I was trying to get at is these people that you thought or looked into possibly had some connection with Miss Edwards.
Could be possible, yeah.
Possible. And you had to eliminate these people. But there had to be some connection that you thought possibly was viable as a possible suspect before you would waste your time. There was some information that was there that says, I think we need to do something to eliminate that person.
Very possible.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And what I'm getting at is over the time that you were part of this investigation, you sent off many samples of possible suspects to Selmart.
Know exactly how many that I personally submitted.
Well, you know of it because you were kept in the loop, were you not?
Well, for a certain period of time.
Right. Yeah. And when I say many, it could be in excess 15, 20 people that you sent off to Selmart for testing to try to eliminate it.
I don't know how many percent.
But there were many.
So
Well, more than several. Several is 2 or 3.
That's That's not a given. No, yeah, let's get specific. Several has a definition, but it's not quantitatively an exact science.
Can you give a name or give a number?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I can't, and I don't want you to give this jury the impression that I was working on this case for 20 years that I was sheriff. I did not actively work on this case, once I left the district attorney's office.
I didn't, yeah, and I'm not implying that. What I'm implying though, when you were an investigator in the DA's office and you were working on it, you, along with the other law enforcement, and you were kept in the loop, submitted many names and samples for testing to Selmark. Would you agree with that? To try to eliminate suspects?
There were several, but I can't tell you how many.
Okay.
And the reason for that is the Beaumont Police Department was the lead agency investigating this one.
Understand.
There is a possibility that they could have submitted some samples that I didn't know about.
So I guess Selmark would be the best person to.
Absolutely.
Now, you did receive communications from Selmark in reference to their testing. They CC'd you.
Yes. On
Okay.
analysis.
But you can't give an exact number, and I wasn't asking you to, but, okay. But you would agree that the people that they sent there for testing probably had some connection or at least a suspicion that they could possibly have been involved. And you wanted to eliminate it. Common sense.
Yeah, obviously there was importance to eliminate those people. Looking at the proof that they may have been associated.
After you left the DA's office, did you have, as an investigator, became sheriff? Did you have any other involvement with this case?
No.
FBI was used for trace analysis,
Yes,
hair fiber,
and
paint chips.
not certain that they didn't do some DNA analysis. I could be wrong about.
And Selmark was used basically for DNA, not any trace.
Yes.
And that's because of the speed of the turnaround back then in 95. Good to see you. Pass the witness up to recall your.
Anything else for this man?
No, sir.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Cary Owen. Yeah, that's it, just the FBI reports. Yeah, it shows, and it's just, these are tiny different.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Yeah, pull it down. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Cary Oipn. It is spelled CaryOipn.
Right, is that your way?
Sorry, I'll put it down here by me. I just wondered where I could grab it. I didn't want you to look at it.
Where do you work?
I work at the FBI laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you worked for them?
I've worked for the FBI laboratory for almost 29 years.
Okay. So back in January 24th of 95, were you working for the FBI laboratory at that time?
I was not.
Okay, when did you start?
Actually started on May 14th, 1995.
So within just a couple months of when we had this submittal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And policies and procedures were all the same when you started working there.
That is correct.
And did you recognize all the initials and things on the evidence that I'm about to show you as far as who they are and where they work?
I'm familiar with the people who were involved in the case. Yeah.
Matter of fact, was one of them your supervisor?
He was.
Okay. So let's talk about, before we begin, back in 1995, you're familiar with the way that the FBI laboratory conducted its business and kept its records, am I correct?
Yes, very much so.
And was it the normal course of business for the FBI laboratory to keep the records that we're going to talk about?
Yes, it is.
And were the records made by somebody at or near the time the event occurred?
Yes, they were.
And by somebody with personal knowledge of that event that's recorded?
Yes.
And was it also the normal course of business to keep these records?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And you saying you're familiar with all the records that we've submitted to you to look over for this, am I correct?
Yes, I am.
And you are worked with those records for years, am I right?
I have, yes.
Okay. Matter of fact, we've even had you on a prior case to look over some of these records from 1987, am I correct?
That is correct.
So let's talk about January 24th, 1995. Was there a submittal made to the FBI laboratory on that date from a person by the name of Bill Tatum or W.C. Tatum and Woods, Mr. Woods?
May I refer to my?
Yes, if you might.
Thank you.
Tell you what, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 98. While we look at this. Is that a submittal form?
Yes, this is the evidence receipt form that is utilized at the FBI laboratory when evidence is brought into the laboratory.
And do you recognize that as being what we just talked about, the records that we talked about that you're familiar with?
Yes, I do. That is correct.
Kinder States, States 98.
No objection, 98.
Admitted.
So let's put these on the big board so we can all look at them. So when we look at this form, and you can look up on the TV screen and get to where you need to be in your records.
Okay.
Okay. Up in the top left-hand corner right here, we see some numbers, Q1 through Q27 and K1 through K5. What are those?
Those are the actual specimens, the items of evidence that were submitted to the laboratory. They were received in some sort of packaging, but then as they were inventoried, we identified there were 27 what we call Q or questioned items, and then 5 known items. So 5 known samples.
So the K stands for known, the Q stands for question.
That is correct.
Okay. So then we look over here on the right-hand side, what date was it submitted?
1/24/95. Sorry, January 24th, 1995.
Now you give it a laboratory number. How do you come up with the laboratory numbers?
The laboratory number is actually the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits are the date stamp. So that came in 5, the year 5, so 1995, 01 January, and 24 would be January 24th. So
Okay.
the first 5 numbers are that kind of that date stamp. And the last 3 numbers, sorry.
Go ahead.
The last 3 numbers mean that's the 11th submission of evidence that was received in our evidence control center on that day.
And the S?
S means that the case was assigned to the scientific analysis section.
And the ZJ?
ZJ, that is the symbols for the examiner that was assigned the case. His name was Robert Fram.
Okay. So when it's Robert Fram, it's not by his initials, was it?
Correct. We identify the case in this instance based on his examiner's symbols.
Okay.
And the reason is 2 people can have the same initials. So we utilize these symbols in order to uniquely identify an examiner within a laboratory division at a certain time.
And who was it that it shows delivered by?
As you stated earlier, it was identified as being delivered by W.C. I believe it's Tatum M. Woods.
Okay. And who was the suspect that it has listed here?
Suspect was identified as David Perry.
Okay, and the victim?
Victim was identified as Mary Catherine Edwards.
Okay. And this was it says a homicide. Has the agency case number? Is it the case number from the Beaumont Police Department? Right below homicide?
It is.
To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, that's my best estimate. It is their unique or their case identification number. Correct.
Okay, and the place and date of the offense was January 14th, 95 at 10:05 Park Meadow in Beaumont, Texas. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what's identified here.
So let's go down and look and see what the brief facts say. Well, can you read off what the brief facts say in this case?
Okay, reading from this form, victim was found dead in her apartment. Can't tell if it's a 24 or 14. Looks like it's been written over 95 at 2:00 p.m. I'm assuming it's 1:14. She had been handcuffed behind her back and drowned in her bathtub. Circumstantial evidence up to this time indicates her ex-boyfriend, parentheses, Perry, close parentheses, is our best suspect at this point.
So at that point, they were looking at a person by the name of David Perry, am I right? Looking at that point.
Based on the information on this form, that is correct.
Now, when you look here at this and you look up here at the suspect, it's pretty obvious who they're trying to say did it. All right?
That's correct.
Okay. So now down here, do we have an inventory, a description of what was delivered to you?
We do.
And can you kind of just briefly go over what was delivered to you?
Certainly, starting from the top and working my way down, there were baggies of hair found on victim's body during autopsy. And we identified those or subdivided those into 12 different items. That is Q1 or question item 1 through question item 12. So 12 different items within those baggies of hair.
Yes, sir. And next?
Next, baggies containing unknown substances found on victim's body. Those were identified or further subdivided as Q13 through Q16. So it was subdivided into 4 different items of evidence for our analysis.
Okay, next.
Blue and white sheet fitted, which was identified as Q19.
And after that?
Blue and white top sheet, which is identified as specimen Q20.
And next?
Comforter, identified as specimen Q21.
And then the next?
Pillowcases, identified as specimens Q22 and Q23.
And underneath those, what we start with victims?
Victim's combed pubic hair was identified as specimen Q27.
Next.
Below that, victim's loose head hair, which was identified as specimen Q26.
And then next.
Victim's pulled head hair, which was identified as specimen K1 or known item number 1.
So that's because we know who we came from.
That is correct.
Okay, next.
Victim's pulled pubic hair, which was identified as specimen K2.
And the next.
Fingernail scrapings, right hand, identified as specimen Q18.
And last.
Fingernail scrapings, left hand, identified as specimen Q17.
Now let's turn the page or look on the back of yours, I guess. What does this top one say?
Suspect's pulled head hair was identified as specimen K3.
And next.
Suspect pulled pubic hair identified as specimen K4.
And next.
Suspect's blood specimen identified as K5.
Now underneath that, there's something about a file box. What did that file box contain?
First item it contained was identified as the victim's nightshirt, specimen Q24.
And the next item?
Blue and black towel covering Vic body, specimen identified as specimen Q25.
What's that last thing underneath there? It's just this plastic bag.
It just says plastic bag. It was apparently did not contain evidence for us to examine. Otherwise, my assumption is it would have been identified as an item of evidence.
Okay. So looking at what you received, I'm going to show you a couple of items to see if they match what we were just talking about. We'll start with the clean stuff. Now, when you have bags of evidence, dude, is there somewhere where somebody would write something on that bag? And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 38. State's Exhibit 38. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm gonna hold it up so you don't have to have a towel. I mean, a glove or anything. This, what does this appear to be?
That appears to be towel, black and
What?
black and blue towel.
And looking at this towel, are there markings on there that you recognize?
Yes, there are. The written in Sharpie in the bottom left-hand corner of this towel, I see an item number and the initials of the examiner that worked on the case.
And who is that?
Specimen Q25, Robert B. Fram.
Okay. Has Mr. Crane worked for the FBI anymore?
He does not.
Is he retired or?
He retired.
Okay. So this matches up with the Q25 that was delivered on January 24th, 1995. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, was any the testing that was done on these things was there just was this taken to the trace laboratory?
All of these items were taken to the trace laboratory, and that's where the inventory actually happened. And then after that inventory, again, identifying them as specimens Q1 through et cetera, then the analysis happened in the trace laboratory.
What does trace laboratory do?
Trace evidence, we examine evidence for hairs and fibers.
Yes. And when you're examining those, what is the process that you use to find the hairs and fibers?
The evidence would first be taken typically by a technician into what we call a scraping room or a clean room. And the evidence would be scraped with, it's basically the same type of instrument you would use to frost a cake, but we hang it over clean paper, scrape the item to remove any debris that had been adhering to it, collect that debris, place it in, we call them plastic pill boxes, just small little plastic containers. From that point, they're then mounted onto glass microscope slides and then analyzed using either or both stereo and compound microscopy.
Okay. So each one of these items that we're looking at was taken in and done. Were they done separately?
They would always be done separately, and victim items would be handled separately and on a different day from suspects items. Yes.
So let's look at State's Exhibit 37. Let's see if you recognize anything on this shirt.
Yes, this was identified as specimen Q24. Again, the upper left portion of where we're looking at, and then the initials RBF or Robert B. Fram.
And again, this was also taken to the trace laboratory, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, the purpose of getting the trace was to compare with the suspect's hair and pubic hairs, is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if that was done?
Yes, it was, and I know that Mr. Fram rendered a report to those results.
Were those positive or negative for matching Mr. Cary, that was the suspect?
To summarize, there were negative results to the hair and fiber examination.
Now, you also received a comforter, is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll show you what's marked in State's Exhibit 25. I think we found in the plastic bag. Let's look at State's Exhibit 45. Apologize for the smell of it being sitting in a while.
Do you recognize anything on State's Exhibit 45 that you would recognize?
Yes, in the bottom right-hand corner is identified as specimen Q21, and again, the initials of the examiner RBF, Robert B. Friend.
Now, this particular item has some cuttings that have some initials, but do you recognize those or do you not recognize?
Could you lift up so I could see,
Sorry.
the initials? Too far away, I can't.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I can't see them. I do not specifically
Okay.
recognize those.
So that did not possibly come from your laboratory, is that correct?
I cannot opine.
Okay. So if we have somebody else come along and identify them, then they would be their initials. If we're about them. Okay. So let's look at what we got. See if I can find it on here. Yes, I have. Wow. Do you recognize anything on this? I don't.
Yes.
What does this appear to be?
It appears to be a flat sheet,
Okay.
and it was identified in the FBI laboratory as specimen Q20. Again, I recognize the initials of Robert B. Friend.
Okay. So this is another thing that was taken and looked at in the trace laboratory, is that correct?
That is correct.
Hold on, what was the number on that, the identification number?
It is State's Exhibit 45, Your Honor.
That's out of 45.
Yes, sir.
That's.
Yes, sir.
The same box the comforter was in.
Correct. It all came together. It all did come together in the same box, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Yes, okay. Now looking at this item, what does this appear to be?
Appears to be a pillowcase.
Okay. And you have seen anything that you recognize off of it?
Yes, in the bottom right-hand corner, specimen Q23, and again, the initials are BF.
Okay. We have, what does this appear to be?
Pillowcase,
And what is it?
identified as specimen Q22. Again, the initials are BF.
Okay. And these pillowcases were taken also to the trace laboratory, all of these items, were they not?
They were.
Okay. So also in stage 45, let's see, we have, what does this appear to be?
Appears to be a fitted sheet.
Okay. And do you recognize anything on the fitted sheet?
Yes, I see the FBI laboratory marking the specimen Q19, and then again, the initials are BF.
Okay. So all these came in the laboratory at the same time, in the same container, were taken and looked at in the trace laboratory.
Correct.
And again, when they were processed back up, do you recognize the tape on this bag that it was taken out of at one point?
That is consistent with the evidence tape that was utilized in the FBI laboratory at that time.
So in order to keep it sealed up at some point, it had this FBI thing.
That is correct.
Now that this stuff that I just showed you, all this comforter that came from State's Exhibit 45, how long did it stay in your laboratory?
By laboratory, do you mean the trace evidence
The
laboratory?
trace evidence laboratory. The trace evidence laboratory.
Trace evidence laboratory.
Yes, sir.
It was processed on or about that time, and then a number of items were moved on for subsequent analysis in the DNA unit on January 27th, 1995, and then a number of different items were moved on for we call the materials analysis unit on January 27th, 1995.
Now, the stuff that was moved off to the DNA laboratory, was there ever any DNA results or any testing done DNA wise? Or was it sent somewhere else?
I may look at I believe a DNA report was rendered. I apologize, there were numerous reports rendered on this case. There was a DNA report rendered on June 23rd, 1995, which discussed some serological analysis that was conducted on a couple of items, but then it was stated that no further serological or DNA analysis would be conducted in the FBI lab.
Okay, so basically they did, well, they do some blood typing
Correct.
and not DNA testing.
That's correct.
So does it state the purpose why there was no more DNA testing done on it?
It's stated in the report, submitted items will not undergo further serological or deoxyribonucleic acid DNA analysis in the FBI laboratory, inasmuch as DNA examinations on the sexual assault examination kit are already being performed by Cellmark Incorporated.
Okay, so since Cellmark was already looking at this in the DNA fashion, the FBI lab decided we don't need to test it because it'd be too many labs doing too many different things.
It would be better to have one lab conduct all of the same type of testing.
Okay. So one of the items that you received, or two of the items, was Q17 and Q18. What were those?
You say them again, please?
Q17 and Q18.
Q17 and Q18 were identified as the fingernail clippings recovered from the victim.
Okay. Why were they Qs instead of no?
Because we're not interested, from our standpoint, forensically, we're not interested in the actual clippings. It's potentially what is found underneath the fingernails or on those clippings. So we identify them as question items because we don't know what was there.
Okay, let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 35A. Let's see if you recognize that plastic, and see if you can tell me what identifier you recognize.
I recognize the FBI laboratory number up here on the top, including S and ZJ, and then also have specimen Q17 through Q18, and then again the initials RBS. So those fingernail clippings were contained within, or scrapings, clippings. I apologize.
Okay.
Fingernail clippings were contained within that plastic bag.
So let me ask you, as far as these are concerned, when they come in an envelope like this, would your laboratory accept them if they were not sealed?
We would accept them. We would probably note that they were not sealed.
Was there anything in there noting that these were not sealed?
Let me check on the technician's actual notes. I see no marking saying that they weren't in a sealed position.
Okay, so looking at step 7, we've got the right and left fingernail scrapings and clippings. Oh, it says scrapings. Do you recognize each one of these? Let's start with the step 7, the left hand fingernail scraping. What item is that?
I see the marking, FBI laboratory markings for specimen Q17 and the initials RBS.
Just for the record, Judge, this is State's Exhibit 35 that I'm reading out of these envelopes came from. So Q17, RBF, that's
The left hand, correct.
Okay, that's the same Robert Cram.
Same Robert B. Graham, correct.
Okay. And what is the right hand?
Right hand, I see the initial or the specimen identification of specimen Q18, and again the initials RBF.
Okay, and these were brought into the laboratory again, and were they brought to the trace laboratory?
Yes, they were.
And at the trace laboratory, what was done with them? What the trace laboratory?
The technician would have looked underneath each of those fingernail clippings, scrapings, whatever it happened to be, to identify any possible hairs or fibers. Those would have been mounted on glass microscope slides and then further analyzed.
Anything that showed that they matched any of the David Perry suspects that y'all had?
No.
Okay. States 34. Now this item, you recognize, yeah, let me just get this up. 34A. No, 34. 34B. First, let's start with 34B. You recognize this plastic?
Yes, this is from FBI laboratory number 50517058, again, SZJ, assigned to Robert Friend, specimen K18. I see the specimen identification and the initials RBF.
When did K18, did it come into your laboratory the same time all the others came in?
It did not. It came in subsequently. It was received on May 17th, 1995.
And how did it come to your laboratory?
It was mailed into our evidence control center. I have the parcel method and number if that's necessary.
But it was mailed to
in
you.
a box.
So when you received it, was there anything, any notations that it was not sealed?
There's no indication in the notes. No.
Okay. So what happened when this got to your laboratory? What became of K18?
Specimen K18 would have been inventoried in the trace evidence unit. That would have been by Robert Fram and his technician, and it went to trace, even though trace evidence wasn't going to work on a blood sample, since trace evidence was responsible for that case with that first submission of evidence. That's why it came to the trace evidence unit. But in this case, it came to the unit, but since no further analysis was going to be conducted on it, it did not leave the trace evidence unit. It was maintained within the trace evidence unit.
Okay. And was it finally sent back to where it came from, someone?
Yes, it was.
And you know what date that was?
I do. That item was sent back to, I believe it was to the Beaumont Police Department on August 16th, 1995.
Okay.
Via registered mail.
Okay. So when y'all send something off, it's still in the sealed condition. It came into your office, is that right?
That is a normal course of business, yes.
And so it was mailed off, no notes that there was any unsealed condition at all.
No.
Okay, let's talk about fingernail scrapings and states exhibit 35. This was Q17 and Q18. When were they returned or sent out of your laboratory, and where were they sent?
They were actually returned with the specimen I just discussed on that same date, August 16th, 1995, under that same registered mail.
Okay. What about the comforter that we had? Sorry, this is,
You're good.
okay. Let's talk about the comforter and the sheets, which is Q19, 20, 21, and 22. When were they sent back? And where were they sent?
With the same, actually sent back with the evidence that I just discussed on August 16th, 1995, under that same registered mail. All of those submissions of evidence were submitted or returned to the contributor at the same time.
Okay, and everything would have been sealed up separately so that when it got there, it would stay separate, no cross contamination.
That is correct. That is our normal course of business.
So was anything else sent to you for any type of testing after those were sent back in August of 95?
Yes, there was one additional submission of evidence.
What was that?
Evidence received July 19th, 1995. 2 head hair samples and 2 pubic hair samples. So 4 known hair samples.
Okay, were they from different suspects?
They were from 2 different personnel. Correct.
And who were they?
First 2, K19 and K20, were identified as the head and pubic hair sample, respectively, from Scott J. Peters. K21 and K22 were identified as the head hair and pubic hair sample, respectively, from Mark A. Terrell.
And were any of those compared to the prior samples that were sent of known samples of that were found at the scene? Did anything match them?
Those samples were analyzed and compared to the debris taken from the previous items, again with negative results.
Okay.
So yes, there were microscopic hair comparisons.
And was that
conducted.
Yes, sir. And was that the last that was sent to your laboratory to be tested on this case?
That is correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Afternoon, Agent.
It's just Mr. Oipn.
You're not agent
I am not.
after how many years? 29?
I am not.
Okay. Sir, I think you talked about it. Is there a, Keith Howland in your department, the FBI? Do you know of him?
Yes, I did know him. He's no longer with the FBI laboratory, but Keith Howland was the DNA examiner, serology and DNA examiner assigned to this case.
And do you know why, Cellmart would be sending, a unlabeled purple top tube of blood to him? And on May 12th of 1995? If I showed you something, would it may help your
Is that-
recollection?
I just found, is that the?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's. Don't see anything. Oh, wait. That's. Okay, yes, that is the 50517058 submission of evidence that was received in the FBI laboratory. As far as your question, I apologize.
Okay.
The why, I don't know. I can't.
You can't tell, but it had nothing, if it went to the DNA, was that possibly for comparison of some other sample?
That would be the normal course of business, yes. The DNA and analyst would need a known sample to compare any information he recovers from questionnaires, correct?
But you have nothing in your records of why they, or what they were analyzing, or why they would get blood from a purple top tube, blood tube.
Well, we know from the first item of evidence that some question items were submitted to DNA for analysis. My assumption is that the purple top, or I guess what's identified as a purple top, was submitted
Blood.
as a known sample to be compared against.
Right, blood, but you have nothing in reference to those results or anything like that.
As I read in the report earlier, the only testing that was done was on a number of the question items, and then a determination was made not to conduct further DNA analysis in the FBI lab.
Well, and the reason why I ask is because, yes, I hear that you don't want to do it, but someone requested it and it was sent up to the FBI in May of 1995 for some type of analysis. We don't know what, based on what you've testified to. But then later on, sometime in July, it was determined, well, if Cellmart's doing it, then we're not going to do it. Is that basically in a
That's what I
nutshell?
understand, yes.
But in May, someone decided that they needed to do something in the FBI. But we don't know what.
I can't determine
Okay.
where the decision was made, no.
Based on what you have here in reference to the reports from your analyst, these Q hairs from the body, Q1 through 4, Q5 through 12, the debris from the body, were they analyzed to see whether or not it came from the known victim, which was Catherine Edwards? Or would that be protocol to make sure that we're not looking at her hair?
It was not stated as such in the report. They stated, what was stated in the report, that there were no hairs like those in the known hair samples identified as coming from the suspects were found.
Okay, were there samples from the victim submitted?
Yes, I believe those were the first two known items that were submitted. K1 and K2, that is correct.
So when I see that there was no comparison, does that mean that they were not compared, the samples that were given to you, the Qs were not compared to the Ks of the known victim? Or they were, but they were ruled out?
I'm looking at the actual examiner's notes, and I see notations in the actual handwritten notes that there were hairs that were found in those question items that were like the victim, but that information was not put in the report.
Why?
Personal preference of the examiner at the time.
Because in the submittal at the autopsy, there were light colored hair, there were dark colored hair, there was red hair. What hair do you think they omitted from your report?
I can't.
You can't tell because it wasn't your report.
Correct.
But there's nothing indicating which hairs they said compared or didn't compare.
Which specific hairs on the glass microscope slides?
Right.
Correct.
Somewhere in the summer of 95, you sent everything back, or your agency sent everything back to Beaumont? Is that what you testified to?
Correct. It appears it was on August 16th, 1995. Yes.
And you didn't do any DNA testing on the nail clippings. You were just looking for trace, like blood or debris, something like a hair. I think you testified to piece of hair. Nail clippings.
I'm checking right now. Specimens. The fingernail clippings Q17 and Q18 were sent on for DNA analysis.
To
They did go to
what agency?
within the FBI laboratory.
And the results?
I have to look at his report if we. Specifically from his report, specimens Q17 through Q23, Q17 and Q18 would be those clippings, and Q25 were examined for the presence of blood, however, none was found.
Was that done through DNA, or was that just done to try to see if there was any blood and possible blood type that they could compare?
That was identified in the report as being serological analysis, so that would be the blood typing level of things, not the DNA.
Not DNA, but blood type.
Correct.
And the only blood type that you would possibly have is one of the victims, and the other one is just Perry, David Perry. I guess that was submitted to y'all.
We did have the blood sample of the victim, yes.
And David Perry, I think, was the other known or suspect, right?
That
It was in your submittal, I think it was 98, states 98.
Yes, in the very first submission of evidence, specimen K5 was a blood sample identified as being from suspect, which that time was David Perry. Correct.
At any time after 95, we all asked to do any more comparisons?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Nothing in your report reflects they ever sent anything back to the FBI?
Other than the 4 submissions of evidence that we talked about, no.
And ultimately, it all went back down here to law enforcement.
Correct.
You did get some more samples to test later on that year. I think you tested, and there were 2 other individuals that you tested. Was that for hair? Or was that for blood? Or tell me what do y'all test it for?
The very last submission of evidence,
Right.
That 50719,001, that was the 4 hair samples. So 2 head hair and 2 pubic hair samples identified as coming from Scott J. Peters and Mark Terrell.
Okay.
So only hair samples.
And no comparison there. No report saying or was a comparison ever done?
There was a report rendered by Mr. Fram. Comparing no hairs microscopically like those in those 4 samples I just mentioned, P19 through P22, were found in the debris from the previously submitted items Q1 through 27. So those very first items that we talked about. So yes, a comparison was done. No hairs like any of those known samples were found on those items.
If they had come across some other suspects and taken other samples, hair samples, because that's basically what you're testifying to, or trace samples, would your agency have been able to compare what you had tested on or tested for back in 95 at a later date?
Specific to hair, it depends.
Anything. They sent you a whole bunch of stuff.
Right?
And you got hair, you got whole bunch of things, 1 through 25, 27, questionable. If somebody, and I know that after you did your initial testing, you ruled out Perry, and then they sent some more stuff on, you ruled out 2 other individuals for the hair and whatever else they did. If at a later date, my question is, if at a later date, they sent you some more stuff in reference, oh, I got another suspect, could you have done the analysis, your agency?
Yes, and I'd have to go back to what I said before. It depends on what the later date is, specifically with reference to microscopic hair comparison analyses. As we get older, our hair changes with time. When I started with the FBI, I had brown hair, maybe black hair. Now, not so much. So with hair specifically, the longer you wait between the date of the deposition of the potential question items and the collection of a known sample, it gets harder and harder to do because you may have what we would call, a false exclusion, but we can do the comparison, say they're different, but it could have been because hairs have changed over time. That's specific to hairs, but with other types of evidence, DNA, fibers, yes, we could have conducted further analysis later on.
And when you made that explanation of hair, I mean, you're talking about possibly decades. Because you said when you first started, you had a lot of hair and it was brown.
Exactly.
and it's gray. So you're talking about a long period of time, but I'm talking about like within a year or so or a year and a half. Those could have been comparable.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Pass the witness subject to recall, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Can this man be excused?
Please do.
You are excused, sir. Thank you. 5 or 10 witness.
Call David Middleman.
So you're,
David Middleman. Huh? This thing right here? I'm gonna tender, it, so you'll have to look at, unless you want to look at it now.
okay. Okay. You guys, I can.
Raise your right hand and your other one. There you go. No, that's right. You got it. I'm staring at your water.
Okay. I hope you got it.
Yeah. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat. Thank you.
Move that microphone towards you.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
David Middleman.
And Mr. Middleman, where do you work?
I work at Oipn.
Othram is what?
Oipn's a forensic laboratory. We do advanced DNA testing in support of law enforcement investigations or other members of the criminal justice community.
Okay, man. We had you scheduled to testify either tomorrow or Friday. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a family issue come up, and so we decided to call you today to get you out of town. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about Othram Laboratories. When was Othram Laboratories established?
Oipn was established in September of 2018.
And what type of work does Othram do as far as the testing?
Oipn works in a very narrow and focused kind of area of DNA testing. So in a criminal investigation, when conventional forensic testing, I sometimes call CODIS testing, STR testing, is utilized and is not able to generate leads in a case, after that process occurs, we have another kind of testing that we can offer that can generate investigative leads and help drive a case forward. So we work very narrowly in that one technique. We don't do anything else. And our work is used by law enforcement to identify either suspects or victims of crime scenes.
Now, let's get this straight. Whenever you talk about being a forensic laboratory, you do not compare DNA from a sample from the crime scene to an individual to see if it's that same individual, do you?
Not using traditional methods.
Right. What you do is use a method that develops a profile. From that profile, you can point law enforcement in a general direction as far as family and help them decipher which direction to go towards the suspect. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's talk about what the process is. So let's say I'm law enforcement and I call you up and I say, hey, we have a case like in this, a cold case that we're trying to develop a lead on. What's the first thing that we need to do to get into your laboratory?
So the first thing we'll do is an extensive case review. We'll look at, a lot of these cases have languished for years, and a lot of work's been done, and we want to recognize that. So the first thing we'll do is an extensive case review of the documents. We'll meet with investigators, and we'll try to figure out what's been done and why that has not been successful. Because we usually step in, as I said, after there's been a traditional attempt with STR, for instance. Once we understand that, we'll then secondarily look to see what evidence is available. And sometimes there's a lot of different pieces of evidence. Sometimes there's no evidence and then we can't help. But if we identify a piece of evidence, we'll make a recommendation back to the law enforcement agency and tell them that with this evidence, we think we can achieve this amount of information that could lead to an investigative, breakthrough. And then if it does, they'll do the rest of their investigation using the traditional labs and so on to close out the case. Once we mutually agree that we've got a piece of evidence that we feel comfortable helping with, we don't accept all cases, and the agency wants to move forward, then we'll register the case in our data system, and the evidence that they have, or the work product of that evidence, sometimes is a derivative work product, like a DNA extract or some sampling of original evidence, that is then sent to our laboratory. That can be done in person, can be done through a carrier. And then we'll begin a secondary set of review, because it's one thing to read the case files, but we want to come in and look at the actual material ourselves. Again, be sure that we can help. We don't want to get involved if we're not going to be able to help. And at that point, we'll let them know we're ready to actually proceed. We'll do the testing, and that may or may not involve extracting additional DNA. And then it will result in the building of a DNA profile that is different than the ones that you may have heard of from others that testify from like public labs. It's a profile that has hundreds of thousands of data points in it, and it can be used in a number of ways, as you alluded to generate new leads in the investigation.
Okay, so you're not preparing anything to go and be placed into CODIS because that's already been done with the STR testing. Is that correct?
That's correct. And more importantly, we don't offer any of those services. We specifically don't offer those services because those are well covered by public labs. Now,
your laboratory is the type of work you do is not required to be certified by the state of Texas as a laboratory to be a certified laboratory, are you?
Yeah, we do not offer any accredited kind of standard CODIS testing. That's used to be very different.
So, matter of fact, the type of work you do really hasn't been listed as part of the ones that's required to be accredited. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So, in this case, with the victim of Mary Catherine Edwards, were you asked to look at the evidence in this case?
Yes, we were asked to review the case and make a recommendation as to whether we could participate in a productive way.
And what recommendation did y'all come up with?
The recommendation we made is that given that there was DNA available, given that there was a previous accredited STR profile developed, given that it was searched in CODIS and come up with no leads, we decided based on those factors, we recommend building a different kind of profile to see if we could generate investigative leads that would lead to the acquisition of the DNA.
So did you have some evidence sent or brought to your laboratory?
Yes, sir. We had 2 items.
And what was that? Do you remember?
We had swabs. There were vaginal swabs. that were collected by law enforcement at the time that the crime scene was investigated, and secondarily, a piece of fabric that was derived from the company.
Okay. And did you call those items 1 and 2?
We did, we labeled them numerically in the order in which we examined them.
Okay, and do you remember when they were received in your laboratory?
My memory, but it should be documented in the memory, is that we would have received the items via a carrier who was FedEx on the 1st of April in 2020. And then they would then be processed by our lab personnel, which would happen some days afterwards.
Okay, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 109. Do you recognize anything on State's Exhibit 109?
Yes, sir. There's a number that begins with an alphanumeric header OCN. This stands for Oipn case number, and this is the prefix that we would assign when we receive the first evidence in a case.
And is there also a case number assigned to it?
There is. Do you want me to read it?
Yes, if you read that.
The case number is OCN 200401-01.
Now, the number, does it have a specific meaning within your laboratory about when you received the evidence and how you gave the number?
Yes, the number OCN stands for Oipn case number. The next digits 2 and 0 stand for the year. It was 2020 that we received this. The 04 stands for the month, April, in which we received that first evidence. The 01 stands for the 1st of April, and the -01 means it was the first item that arrived on the 1st of April.
Okay. So when you received this, would it have been in a sealed condition?
Yes, sir.
Would you have accepted it if it was not in a sealed condition?
We will not. We will photograph it and report back that there was tampering or damage to the evidence.
Okay. So after opening it inside, were there 2 more smaller plastic envelopes or bags?
Yes.
And let's look at State's Exhibit 109C. Let's say do V1. What is that?
So this item has documentation from another laboratory that has probably examined this item as well. But what I can see here is that we've again marked the OCN number, which was a 200401-01. Now we've appended an additional 01 because that's the first item in this first case that we received today. And it's got a signature from my analyst documenting on 4/7/2020 that she examined this piece. So it arrived on the 1st and would have been examined on the 7th.
Do you recognize the analyst that opened it?
Yes.
Who is that?
This is Christy Smeagol.
And you're personally familiar with who she is?
Yes.
And let's look at inside 109B and see what is inside that. What is that?
This indicates that there are a piece of a vaginal swab, and it's got an additional identifier that came from the agency.
Okay. Does it also have anything with authorized laboratory involved?
Per our standard, we also document on the top left corner, as you can see, the same case number,
Okay.
and not just the case number, but the item.
Okay.
So no matter how far you track down, you've got essentially an identifier in every package itself.
Does that have the same unique case number too?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, contained in this, what is contained in this State's Exhibit 109B?
In this piece would have been a piece of a swab that is labeled vaginal swab.
Okay. For the record, earlier I said 109B. This is 109B1 is the plastic envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we look at 109C1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is identified using the same initial case number, but instead of the last 2 numbers being 01, they're 02 because it's the second item in this case that we received on April 1st.
Okay. And the same person received it, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Same person opened it on the same day?
Yes.
And then inside of 109C1 is 109C, and you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is an additional sealed envelope. Item 2 would have contained a piece of fabric.
Okay, and that's on the other side. What does it say it is?
On the other side, again, we've repeated our case number, OCN 20041-01. It's again signed by the analyst dating that on the 7th of April it was examined, and the agency has indicated that more specific than fabric, it's from a comforter.
Okay.
Now, y'all did not receive the comfort, you just received the cutting, is that correct?
That's correct. It's very uncommon for us to receive primary evidence. We receive either a work product or a subsample.
So when you received these items, they were both uniquely sealed, they were sealed when they arrived at your laboratory, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when they're examined in your office, are they examined separately, each individual item separately?
Yes, and more carefully, they're examined in a private room. So we have a private room in which only one item is opened. And that item is completely put back together before any other item can be introduced into that room.
Okay. So was there testing done on those two items?
We did initial testing on both items, hoping that one item would be productive for follow-up testing. And we decided to move forward with item one.
Okay, which one was that?
Item one is the vaginal swab.
And were you able to develop a profile out of that?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you develop one, do you issue a report, a genotype kit report?
If the agency asks, we can generate a genotype report that documents essentially the properties of the profile that we built.
So what is a genotype kit report for? What is it used for?
So when we build, it's used for a number of things, but when we build the DNA profile, this profile may have hundreds of thousands of DNA markers on it, so a lot of little markers. And some of the markers are from one chromosome versus another. Some of the markers represent information from mom and dad. Some are just from mom or dad. So we basically have a little table of numbers where we basically say we got this much information from here, this much information from here, and that report can be used. Sometimes it's just a document that we did the work, and that's how the labs get paid, is the document you did something.
Okay.
It's also used to document the suitability of that report. It's like a QC metric. Is that data usable for the next steps? So we'll generate it upon the request of any number.
So what can you do with this report, Bud, besides get paid?
This report allows you to essentially document the suitability of this profile for further analysis, and this profile can then be used to do anything from comparisons to other profiles, to genetic genealogy, to analysis of biogeographical ancestry. So you can look at the markers and determine the historical origins of where someone may have originated.
So when you get the profile is entered into another database, is that correct?
We'll perform an analysis ourselves, but then yes, investigators can enter it into other databases, perform other operations. There's lots of applications for using the data, as there is with STR testing. Our job at the laboratory is just to build a profile that is suitable and meets essentially the metrics. I didn't mention, but something else in that report is it shows me kind of the thresholds, like what are the requirements for us to say this profile is one that we stand by and think is suitable for further analysis.
Let's just look at, let's just stage 127, look at it.
Yes.
Is that the report we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And is that an accurate copy of it?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Interstates 127.
No objections, 127.
Admitted.
Just so the jury knows what we've been looking at. This says genotype kit report, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this is the author ID number that you gave a while ago as far as what was tested?
That's the case number, yes.
Okay. And it tells what was tested in this, which was the item ID vaginal swab, is that right, item 1?
Yes, sir.
Now, it came from, who's the case leader agency?
It was the Beaumont Police Department.
Okay.
And you can see there's also a cross-reference to the agency ID that was provided to us.
Correct.
You both float up a little, expand a little more. Thank you.
So looking at these vaginal swabs, it says a heavy non-human DNA burden was detected. What does that mean?
So sometimes when evidence has been sitting around for a while, no matter how well the investigators try to keep it, it's organic material. And so there's things that can develop on it, bacteria, other kinds of things. I mean, it's not held in a sterile situation. And so the bacteria and non-human elements can make it tougher to read the data that's in the profile.
Okay. But it's possible to still read it.
Yes, and if it's not possible, we'll indicate that.
Okay. So you were able to, even though there was the non-human DNA burden was detected, you still were able to come up with a reading or a profile.
And the way you know that is if you look, for example, at where it says autosomes, you can see, we want to see at least 50% of the markers that we want to call. And you can see that in actuality, we had, and I'm sorry, my vision.
87?
Yeah, over 80, yeah, it looks like 87%. So that's far in excess of what is necessary to produce a workable profile. So you can see that it was a non-human burden, but it's not impact our ability to build a decent profile.
What's the no calls thing here?
The no calls means that's how many calls that we would ordinarily make that we were not able to make. So we'll never get 100% of the markers that we're targeting. But again, you can see in the total, there are, over 600,000 markers that we are targeting. And we ended up with over 500,000. And that's in contrast, for example, Dakota's where you get 20 markers. So we have 500,000 data points that we very carefully and accurately curated to take us to the next step.
What are these numbers down here we're looking at?
So this is where I was talking about earlier, and sorry for the jargon, but when you get your DNA from mom and dad, all your DNA comes, you have two copies, one from mom, one from dad. If you have a different copy of information from mom and dad, then science folks will call this heterozygosity. They'll say you have two different versions. If mom and dad give you the same genetic information, which sometimes they will, they call that homozygosity. And we monitor this because if you have something that is, beyond what is expected, something that's really skewed, it could be, again, evidence that perhaps the profile is, it has a problem with it or is lower quality than we'd expect.
So what did we come out here?
We like to see profiles that we feel comfortable in that come from one person. We don't want to see them exceed a heterozygosity of 50%. You can see that we're, well below that.
Okay. So this passed, is that correct?
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry for not mentioning that, but the pass is our way of indicating that it's met threshold, there are SOPs.
Okay. So what do we got here with the X chromosome?
So here, this table shows you the same thing on the left side, but here, as everyone may know, you have your main chromosomes, and then you've got the X and Y if you're a guy, and you've got the two X's if you're a woman. And so we look at the X calls, this is a sex chromosome, as an additional level of QC, just to understand a little bit more. But you'll see that the data is very consistent, as are the statistics with the autosome.
Okay. So this basically is this, but with the X chromosome.
Just one chromosome, yes. And sometimes that's valuable if you're trying to determine if there's like a mixture, a DNA mixture. But as you can see, both passed as well.
Right. So looking down here, the interpretation.
We reported in the interpretation that the fact that there was non-human DNA could, in principle, make it harder to produce these results, and it could maybe make some of the relationships harder to find. So the genealogy, for example, might be more tougher than usual. But this wasn't out of range for what we would expect from an experienced practitioner, and so we kind of use this as just a warning. Like, this isn't the kind of profile you would get if you swabbed somebody's mouth last week and the DNA is great looking and is from yesterday. But the profile meets the specifications necessary, and in fact, this one was a pretty decent profile. It's got a very nice call rate, and we suspect that someone skilled in the art would be able to then carry on additional analysis.
Now, y'all did not carry on the additional analysis on this case, did you?
We did not.
Okay, that was some other people that we're going to call up later.
Yes, it was led by the Texas Rangers, and then they have other folks they work with.
Right. So after your lab did this, what other participation did you have in the genealogy investigation? Any?
We didn't participate in the genealogy investigation, but for example, if someone wants, in the process of genealogy, there may be a step where you want to compare a reference DNA sample, and we'll provide that service as well. So we were not involved in the investigative part in this case. Sometimes we are. In this case, we were not hired to do that. But we did perform additional comparisons against reference DNA samples.
Those were like family members that they were checking to see if they were heading in the right direction.
Yes.
And you weren't participating in what they used them for. You just tested them and gave them the numbers.
We prefer to be blinded because this ensures that we're generating data, and the people generating the data aren't the ones interpreting it. So we don't know what the answer is supposed to be. We're blindly testing it, passing it back to the Texas Ranger, who then does his work to determine what it means to the investigation.
Okay. Thanks, sir. I'll pass with you.
Have a second. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Uh,
You said that you did other testing.
if we are asked to, test.
Were you asked in this instance to do other testing?
I think we may have done some reference DNA testing.
Okay, and where are those reports?
We don't necessarily, unless we're asked to generate a report for that, it's not a forensic process. It would not involve forensic evidence for the case.
Where's the paperwork when you got the sample and did the testing?
It's possible that the radios have it.
Did you generate a report?
I'm not sure.
Well, you testified to it, and do you follow protocol when you get samples?
Yes,
And so you have submittal forms and case notes and stuff
Yes.
like that?
yeah, that's what I'm.
Okay. So where is that report from the additional testing?
If we did a reference DNA sample, we'll provide a profile. And as I
Okay.
said earlier in my testimony, we generate reports if we're asked to. We don't generate reports by default on a reference sample. It's not a forensic.
You said that you did the testing and the reports. Where were they sent?
The Texas Rangers.
Can we approach that?
Yeah.